because of our ancestors' ability to preserve knowledge about mushrooms, but we have an obligation to our descendants. So my talk will be on psilocybin, and I want to first ask everybody, and this is a perfectly legal question for you to answer. I understand that psilocybin is not legal in Italy, but don't be shy. How many people here have not taken a high dose of psilocybin? Will you raise your hands? So many of you, yeah, have not taken psilocybin. So, well, this is, it's like telling someone, trying to explain to someone what it's like to swim, or what water is like. Without experiencing it, it's very difficult to communicate. So I want to first give thanks to my mentors, Dr. Michael Bugh, Kit Skates, and Daniel Stuntz, and Alexander Smith. They took me under their wing, so to speak, when I was about 19 years of age, 20 years of age. And let's see. I want to also acknowledge my brother John and my mother, both of whom have passed on. And 46 years ago, in 1978, I presented my mother and my brother, and I published my first book on psilocybin 46 years ago. It's been a long, long road. It's because of my mentors that encouraged me on this path, because they saw my interest was sincere. So I'm happy to announce the first time at a Congress, I've written a new book, Psilocybin Mushrooms in Their Natural Habitats. It's to honor Alexander Smith's book, Mushrooms in Their Natural Habitats. Some of you elder mycologists may know of this book. And the publication will be in June of 2025 by Random House. So a RAND report came out this past year. In the United States, more than 8 million Americans consumed psilocybin mushrooms. 8 million, 3% of the population of the people who admitted to taking psilocybin mushrooms. This is something that's sweeping across the planet at a time critical that I think we are in crisis. And it's important that we come up with solutions to be able to help us navigate from the circumstances that we find us in today. Recent research, which I'm happy to say I funded, and my team at Fungi Perfecti have identified the first arrival of the gene for coding for psilocybin in fungi appeared approximately 65 million years ago. What an interesting date that is, isn't it? 65 million years ago, at the time of approximately the asteroid impact. So these fungi are much older than we are as humans. Now, there's no doubt that we came from Africa. So to our African brothers and sisters, thank you. We are your descendants. And the migratory patterns, as we spread across the world from Africa, first into Europe and eventually into the Americas, only 25,000 years ago. And as humans spread, and they carried with them knowledge of edible plants and hunting tools and, what animals to hunt, and also fragments of knowledge about the importance of mushrooms. Since 1800 to 2022, there's more than 5,682 collections of psilocybin mushrooms reported from the herbaria and other institutions around the world. We know there's more than 220 psilocybin active mushroom species. So I'm going to first talk about some of the history. The history of the use of psilocybin mushrooms in the New World, in North and Central South America, has been actually well documented, because the Spaniards, when they came to the Americas, they brought with them priests and scholars who kept records. The knowledge of the use of psilocybin mushrooms in Europe is not well recorded, except for echoes in the archaeological record. Now, prehistory literally means prior to the written word. And so even though there are these remnants and suggestions of use of psilocybin mushrooms in the old world, it has yet to be fully documented. So I am going to hypothesize on some of the uses of this. So this is from Bernardino Sahagún, a Spanish missionary from 1529. They ate the mushrooms before dawn with honey and also drank cacao, or chocolate, before dawn. They began to dance, some sang, some wept, some cared not to sing, but sit in their rooms and stayed there pensive like. Then in the drunkenness of the mushrooms had passed, they spoke with one another about the visions they had seen. This is happening now. This same report could be today. So, around the same time, interestingly, in Europe, there is a Bavarian Beer Purity Act, which specifically excluded mushrooms being added to beer or to mead. And because mushrooms are preserved in honey throughout history, because they're so perishable, the mushrooms would ferment in the honey, and psychoactive meads were thought to be used historically. We know there are mushroom stones from Mesoamerica, and they were made up until about 500 years ago. They persisted for about 1,000 years. The mushroom stones also, we think, do not know, also represented celebration of psilocybin mushrooms. Maria Sabina first unveiled the mysteries of the Mazatec people to R. Gordon Wasson and Tina Wasson in the 1950s. And of course, many of you know the story. It was published in Life magazine, also in a Salt Lake City publication this week with Tina Wasson. And then Roger Heim from France published Les Champignons hallucinogènes du Mexique. And of course, then suddenly the world knew about the ancient use of psilocybin mushrooms in current times, extending back through the centuries. But let's look at Europe. And I'm going to go to each of these archaeological suggestions, which I think some of you may find quite interesting and surprising. Many of you know about, in southern Algeria, the Sicilian and Jar Plateau, with a famous bee man figure decorated with mushrooms. And also in the same cave complex, there are these dancing figures with spores or mushrooms going from the mushrooms to the mind, and associated with Bos Taurus, the aurochs, the predecessors to our modern cattle. Then we go to Spain, and Bos Taurus is also represented in the cave art, and there are representations of putatively what looks like mushrooms in association. So from Algeria to Spain, we have these cave drawings. And then many of you know about the Eleusinian mysteries in Greece, where Demeter is giving Persephone a mushroom before she goes into the underworld. So these rituals were occurring synchronously with the same times that the Mayans and the Aztecs were also using psilocybin mushrooms. My partner and I, Dr. Pam Crisco, who's speaking after me, we went to Egypt last year. Aman is here and several other Egyptians. And we went to 10 temples, and every single temple, we found mushroom glyphs on the temples. And I'd like to acknowledge Ahmed here, who Abdelazim, who first published the suggestion that Goddess Hathor in the Dendera temple is actually holding mushrooms. And many of you know the blue lotus is sacred. It grows in ponds. Well, cattle go to ponds, cattle go to drink. And then in Egypt, 2,000 years ago, it was a much moister, wetter climate. Many of you know about the parallel tributary of the Nile now. And it was a much more luxurious environment. Cattle going to ponds, people going to ponds to collect blue lotus. Invariably, they would encounter psilocybe mushrooms. But interestingly, you can see that the psilocybe mushrooms, or the mushroom-like figures, are closely associated with the blue lotus. And those of us who are cultivators know you can reproduce this. You can put mycelium into a vase with holes, and the psilocybe mushrooms will come out of the holes, much like many of you grow oyster mushrooms. So the phenotype here, or the form, is strongly suggestive and conspecific with that of psilocybin mushrooms, particularly Psilocybe cubensis. And here is another representation we found. This one is most interesting because the falcon, which represents in Egyptology the flight of the spirit, is also associated with the blue lotus and mushrooms. We found mushroom figures everywhere. And so the forms that you see here, for us mycologists, are obvious, but for Egyptologists, we were challenged. And they said, no, these are not mushrooms, these are shovels. Boggles the mind. Shovels would be upside down, but it's not hiding in plain sight. It's obvious in plain sight to us mycologists. Moreover, the artists are representing a cuspidate mushroom, a mushroom that has the form that is also representative of it in the genus Psilocybe. So I present to you that the Egyptians used Psilocybe mushrooms very likely in combination with the blue lotus. We met alchemists in Egypt. It's called re-indigenization, rediscovering of their ancient roots, and they're combining the blue lotus extracts with psilocybin mushroom extracts today. This is a movement that's happening all over the world. And we found, again, more and more. As many of you know, in the Egyptian culture, the color gold and the color blue is representative in royalty. These are golden mushrooms that bruise blue. So we not only have the shape, but we have the color, and we have direct representations on the temples of Egypt, 10 temples with a close association of the blue lotus and mushrooms. We have $1,000 sort of reward for anyone who can find the DNA of psilocybe mushrooms around the temples of Egypt. So we hope that somebody can do DNA sequencing to see if these are currently there. Psilocybe cubensis grows in a wide variety of megaflora herbivores, such as hippopotamus, zebras, elephants, of course, cattle. And so it's not restricted just to one species. There's a new species of psilocybe mushrooms called Ochriasa centrata, which is being published here shortly. It also looks just like Psilocybe cubensis macroscopically. And then we go to India and northern India, and this Lakshmana temple in northern India about 1,000 years ago. There is also a very phenotypically accurate representation of psilocybe mushrooms. And around this temple today, psilocybe mushrooms are growing on the dung of cattle. And cows, as many of you know, are considered sacred in India. Why? Now, notice how the hand is presenting the mushroom. What you may not have noticed in the 3 slides that I've shown is this presentation, présenter. When you present a sacred substance to somebody else, this sort of universal presentation of the sacrament follows the same form. It's not like a porcini where you lay it out on your hand. You're giving something that's special and sacred. So Maria Sabina giving it to Argord and Wasson in India, and Demeter giving it to Persephone. It is a gesture of spiritual significance. And then we recently discovered this. It's in the British Museum. 2,000 years ago, not far from Stonehenge, there is a hearth. And again, for us mycologists, there's no doubt what the artist is trying to represent. Psilocybe semelanciata grows all around Stonehenge, the Liberty Cap. And again, what else could this be? And so the hearth, and I was just recently, my partner and I invited by the Druids, we had a ceremony inside of Stonehenge. I'm greatly honored. They anointed me as a wizard, which I never thought I'd be a wizard. But Psilocybe semelanciata, the Druids are now re-indigenizing, rediscovering their ancient roots. Even though the lineage and history may be broken, the knowledge of mushrooms in your ecosystem by indigenous people invariably will be discovered if there's enough time. But because mushrooms are so ephemeral, they're gone in 4 or 5 days, they may not show up for years later. The knowledge keepers, the mycologists, were a very rare group of experts within the indigenous cultures. Whereas peyote, cacti, ayahuasca, other plants, they're in your viewscape for years, months. But mushrooms are so ephemeral, and because that knowledge is so ephemeral, when we lose a knowledge keeper within indigenous people, we lose a heritage of knowledge that extends back centuries. I went to the Roslyn Temple. There's more than 100 images of Green Man. I counted less than a dozen of Jesus Christ. Think of that, in the Roslyn Temple. This picture, and I think this is the only time this has ever been displayed at a conference, also has the mushroom speaking. And the form that you see here is cuspidate. also conforming to that, typical of psilocybe mushrooms. And liberty caps grow currently all around the Rosslyn Temple. The circumstantial evidence of this, I think, is very strong. We started a series of mushroom conferences in the 1970s. I was covered by a Drug Enforcement Administration license with Dr. Michael Bugh. So because mushrooms are considered a Schedule I substance, we were very concerned. And it's hard to state how much pressure we were under. We were so worried that the government would bust us and shut down these conferences. But these conferences are a continuation, and I dare say it's a continuation over thousands of years, from the Eleusinian mysteries to this conference hall today, where we are sharing knowledge about psilocybin mushrooms. And this lineage that we commonly share is across many, many cultures. No one culture can claim ownership to the indigenous use of psilocybin mushrooms. This is something that is part of our common heritage, as diverse as it is. I started writing my books. The great Terence McKenna, featured here. His book, Psilocybin Magic Mushroom Grower's Guide, was the book that really swept the landscape of the world. And people started growing psilocybe mushrooms, primarily because of a mycologist from Penn State University by the name of Dr. Kneebone, a very rarely referenced article that he wrote, he was growing button mushroom spawn. And when he grew psilocybe cubensis spawn, the mushrooms started appearing in the spawn, which, as most of you know, button mushrooms will not form in spawn, but psilocybe cubensis did. And then this book then popularized that technique. I knew the merry pranksters. This goes back into American history, the Beat Generation, Jack Kerouac, the nitric acid Kool-Aid test, Ken Kesey, and the merry pranksters. And I also knew the psychedelic scientists. And so I brought them together in 1999. Ken Kesey and the pranksters met the psychedelic scientists. Dr. Sasha Shulgin and Ann Shulgin are featured there. Andrew Weil, Gary Linkoff is here, David Aurora. Many of you know these mycologists by name. We brought these two groups together for a Millennium Mushroom Conference. So I am honored that I've been able to publish and co-publish several new species: Psilocybe azurescens, Psilocybe wiley, Cynofibulosa, and Psilocybe liniformans, variety americana. And this past year, a new species was named after me, Psilocybe stemetsii, which is one, as you know, in the field of mycology, you never name a species after yourself, but it's the greatest, compliment and accolade to have a species named after you by other experts in the field. So Psilocybe cyanescens is a very interesting species. First discovered in 1946, published from the Kew Gardens from the former director, Elsie Wakefield. Elsie Wakefield published Psilocybe cyanescens. This mushroom appeared in the mulch at the Kew Gardens. And we believe from genomic analysis, Psilocybe cyanescens came from Washington State. And when they moved rhododendrons, as many of these gardens would import plants from all over the world, they brought mycelium with them. And so now Psilocybe cyanescens occurs across much of Europe, including Italy. It's naturalized to Italy. So this is what happens when you move plants, and then when you have wooden ships that are rotting with mycelium coming from Europe or going around the world. Many of these ships are broken down to build houses because they're no longer seaworthy, and they carry mycelium. And so you have mycelial footprints from ships that are rotting with mycelium. And as they go to new lands, then that's the introduction of a new species. Psilocybe cyanescens is quite potent. It's up to 4% psilocybin, which is extraordinary, and it's very stable. Psilocybin is a prodrug to psilocin, psilocybin dephosphorylase into psilocin, and then psilocin breaks down to an indigo-like substance, and that's why they turn blue. So some examples of psilocybe mushrooms: Psilocybe cynofibulosa, cubensis, and cyanescens. They have purple, brown, to black spore prints. This is important for you to know. And they bruise bluish. So I'll give you a general rule. If a gilled mushroom has dark purple, brown, to black spores and it bruises bluish, it's almost for certainly a psilocybin mushroom. The only exceptions are in Stropharia aeruginosa, cyanea, Albicyanea complex. These are blue Stropharias that are not poisonous, they're not psychoactive. So that's an important rule for you to know. But there are dangers in wild collection. Galerina marginata has the alpha aminitins that are present also in Amanita virosa, bisporidria, and these other toxic amanitas. And it's also present in galerinas and phyllotina. So you have to be very careful. Here's a collection where a deadly poisonous mushroom on the right and the Psilocybe stunsii on the left are growing so close together that they're touching. If you were concerned that law enforcement could see you picking psilocybin mushrooms, you could hastily pick these mushrooms and end up getting a poisonous species. And this has happened. And as a result, people have died from mistaken identification. Galerina species are indicator species many times for psilocybin mushrooms. So when you find galerinas, you know psilocybin mushrooms prefer the same habitat. Liberty caps, however, are a safer species to pick. They do not typically bruise bluish. They're very high in psilocybin, very low in psilocin. They grow near ponds in temperate regions of the world. Psilocybe cubensis grows near ponds in subtropical regions of the world. Now, a very interesting group of species has been discovered that contain psilocybin. And these are secotioid species. And what that means is the caps are non-expanding. And so there's now 4 species that have this form. The most recent one has been found in South Africa. And the Lesotho people have been practicing the use of these mushrooms preserved in their songs, we think, for hundreds of years. Scientists only recently discovered them this past year and gave it a Latin binomial, Psilocybe maluti. Another example that indigenous wisdom can be transferred within a culture without a written record, but through songs and rituals. The other species here is extraordinary, is Wararoa from New Zealand. Now, the most interesting hypothesis, or I would call it a theory, because the Lesotho people have observed this, is that birds come and they peck at these mushrooms. And we think that the mushrooms are morphing to mimic fruit. Now, think about spore dispersal. All of you are mycologists, so you know this very well. Spores spread, but they become diluted as the inverse square of distance. You have to have 2 spores come together. So when you have a mushroom sporulating, the further the spores get away from the parent mushroom, the less likely they'll find a mate. When birds peck at the mushrooms, they get a spore packet. So there's multi-spores, and they can fly hundreds of miles, even thousands of miles, with a spore packet in their beaks. And so when they then eat fruit or they go to another habitat, they can transfer a multi-spore packet that then results in dikaryones. So this spore bird vector is something that's extraordinarily interesting. We will find more species of psilocybe like this, I am sure. Psilocybe cubensis, as many of you know, is the easiest mushroom to grow. It fruits spontaneously in petri dishes. It's easier to grow than practically, it's competitive to oyster mushrooms. Many of you know how easy oyster mushrooms are to grow. Psilocybe cubensis is almost as easy. But what's truly extraordinary, and it's important to know, is that Psilocybe cubensis produces spores, and in a study, 100% of asthmatic children were allergic to Psilocybe cubensis spores. Asthmatic children become asthmatic adults. This is so important. The mushrooms are consumed when the gills are immature. When the gills are immature and the flesh is thick, as the mushrooms mature, the flesh gets thinner, gills are produced, spores are produced. Spores do not contain psilocybin. As a result, in the United States and most states, psilocybin spores are legal because technically they do not contain psilocybin. Schedule 1 does not mention psilocybe as a genus or as an organism. It only mentions psilocybin as a molecule. Now, I show you this fruiting here because I've developed a technique that's truly extraordinary. That's one flush. 1/3 of the substrate became dried mushrooms. That's 1 kilo of rice, dry weight, becomes 330 grams approximately of dried mushrooms. One flush. And the mushrooms are all evenly formed. So eventually I will reveal this technique, but I think this is a game changer. Many of you know subsequent flushes tend to have molds, they attract flies, difficult to pick the mushrooms because they mature in 4 hours, but to be able to get a uniform flush of this yield, I think is really significant. And it's also important to know that a meal of psilocybin mushrooms is much less a meal than a meal of portobellos or a meal of oyster mushrooms. So functionally, the episode of you using psilocybin mushroom is a small fraction of the cost of growing gourmet mushrooms or even button mushrooms. This makes this medicine affordable for the masses. And this is why it's really important for us to emphasize the universal availability of psilocybin mushrooms that we think is really important for the population. Following the Aztec tradition, we know that adding mushrooms to chocolate makes a big difference. It makes it more palatable. But many may not know about this, is making blue juice, a water extract of psilocybe mushrooms. Now, when you make this cold water extract, not hot water, of course, because of all the proteins and other nutrients, it sours the bacteria within 24 hours. So you have to add vodka or ethanol of some form, or you can freeze them, make ice cubes, something like that. But this is a very, very interesting method for a simple water extraction of psilocybin mushrooms. And frankly, it's just beautiful, right? It's just gorgeous to look at. So let's look at some prospective retroactive surveys. Now, many times surveys lead to clinical studies. So we're going to look at 5 of these surveys, actually 6 of them. So 485,000 people surveyed, statistically significant association with the decreased odds of larceny, property crime, and violent crime. Substantial signal from a survey. Then we look at intimate partner-to-partner violence, 1,266 community members. It found a statistically significant signal showing the association with the reduction of partner-to-partner violence. So I always thought if there was a dating app and you were looking at a potential date, you used to ask them, are you psilocybin experienced or not? If you're psilocybin experienced, okay, move forward. I'm just joking, but there is some truth to that. So that's interesting. Reduction in crime, reduction in partner-to-partner violence, and then opioid use disorder. Psilocybin was the only psychedelic that's associated with the reduction of opioid use. All of us here know friends, families, members, maybe neighbors. The opioid fentanyl crisis has swept the entire world. It is devastating to our medical system, to our economy, to the social fabric. So again, a very strong signal with the reduction of opioid use disorder. And then nature relatedness. And this is a really interesting article because it shows that only the past use of psilocybin has an association with people who have increased nature relatedness. That means that you're more concerned about pollution. You're more concerned about protecting biodiversity. You're more concerned about protecting the ecosystem for your children to have a more sustainable, healthier life. Again, an interesting signal from a retroactive survey study. And then the late Roland Griffiths reached out to me, and because I have large presence in social media, I posted 3 times a solicitation to join the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine survey on the naturalistic use of psilocybin. And they recruited several thousand people. And the average use of psilocybin was 3.1 grams, mostly psilocybe cubensis. But they found in the survey, there was also persistent reductions in depression, alcohol use, increase in cognitive flexibility, emotional regulation, and spiritual well-being, and also burnout. 11% of people did not benefit. Now, this is important to emphasize. Not everyone benefits, but any drug that has an 89% success rate in improving the condition of people taking these substances before and after would be a medical breakthrough. So these are surveys, And now sweeping the United States and sweeping Canada, and hopefully soon to be sweeping Europe, it has to some degree, is the decriminalization of psilocybin. Decriminalization is very clever what these lawyers have invented. They don't make it legal. They decriminalize it to the lowest priority of law enforcement. That means if a law enforcement officer finds you picking or growing psilocybin mushrooms and arrests you, they bring it to court. The court will not even listen or even have a hearing because it's a violation of the civil servant, the law enforcement officer's fiduciary duty to concentrate on priorities of law enforcement. This is the least priority of law enforcement. This is the biggest thing that's happening is the decriminalization. Legalization is still out of reach. But there's a prediction 2 to 3 years, legalization of psilocybin for therapeutic use in Canada, United States will be achieved. In a democracy, the people vote. And all the polls in the United States and Canada and elsewhere that have been surveyed, the majority of the population wants psilocybin access. Why are our politicians not listening? This is something that I think this Congress should come out with a statement advocating the increased use of psilocybin therapeutically and the decriminalization, because this is what the people, the population, their constituents desire. But politicians live in fear of being attacked on social media, of having this information weaponized and in the echo chamber, of the news media. They're worried about their careers. It's time for the people to speak up, to stand up, to make the politicians realize this is the will of the people. Now, for anyone who is skeptics here, please go to clinicaltrials.gov, where all the clinical trials are registered. There's 188 universities that registered at clinicaltrials.gov that have gone through the institutional review boards, that have had other physicians and experts looking at whether psilocybin is useful for treating a mental illness that is currently not addressed adequately by other medicines, whether it's safe, whether it can be affordable, and whether it can replace or be a better therapeutic medicine than those that are currently available to the public. 188 universities, folks. That's several thousand medical experts that have looked at the data. The science needs to drive policy with the decriminalization, the legalization of psilocybin. So the question is, how do you run a placebo double-blind control study? And I think this cartoon says it so well. It is just inherently difficult to run a placebo-controlled study because the study is unmasked in about 20 minutes. When you have these psilocybin mushrooms, you know you have them. And it's not unambiguous. And I must say, I take somewhat of an offense of the cartoon with Jack Black that was shown earlier in this conference. That is totally inappropriate. And it's nothing like the effects of people who are psychedelically experienced. So I applaud all researchers in this, but I think some things are just not matching the reality of the circumstances that we're facing. So this has been well publicized as a homological model showing the functional links from placebo versus psilocybin, increased networking of the neural networks. So this is interesting, but by far, and I want all of you to take the photograph of this next slide, is please look at this study by Josh Siegel from Washington University. Using high definition MRIs with psilocybin, Ritalin, and day-to-day variability, they found that there was a neuroanatomical evidence of the dendritic spikes of the synapses where psilocybin stimulates new neurons to branch from the end tips, and they come together to form new synaptic junctions. So rather than being in the habitual ritual or being forced to think the same antisocial thoughts, self-damaging thoughts, addiction, violence, despair, whatever you have been stuck in. The advantage of psilocybin, it gives you an alternative pathway of thinking to circumvent that which has trapped you perhaps for decades. So this creates new dendritic spikes on the synapses that allows new neurons and new neuronic functioning. So this is the first evidence that we show there's a neuroanatomical, at least in humans. As it turns out that our researchers had discovered this earlier. So when you look at 25 milligrams versus 15 milligrams, you know, the verdict is in. We don't need more studies that psilocybin treats depression. Clearly, psilocybin is helpful for treating depression. Of the 188 clinical studies, there's about a dozen of different types of depression, and all of them, the results of which have been showing the same. And so psilocybin as an antidepressive drug has a lot of a future. So earlier studies, double-blind, placebo-controlled, with habitual tobacco addicts. And with 2 high-dose sessions within about 6 months, 1 year later, it's a small study, 67% of the people no longer were smoking tobacco. We all know how addictive tobacco is. Think of that, 2 doses. And people who are hesitant to use psilocybin, and I think there's important guardrails for sure, but think of this. It's only 4 to 6 hours of your life in 1 day that can change your life for thousands of days thereafter. Can you afford not to take psilocybin if you're an addict? Can you afford not to take psilocybin if you're addicted to tobacco or opioids or other drugs? Or if you're prone to violent behavior, or if you have antisocial behavior? Heavy drinking days. This is published, I think, in the New England, in JAMA, the Journal of the American Medical Association. Reduction, not elimination, but reduction of binge drinking. So we have reduction now, double-blind placebo-controlled studies with tobacco, and there's more studies on clinicaltrials.gov on tobacco currently. There's more studies on alcohol abuse currently, besides those which have already come out. So it's good to have multiple studies challenging the previous results to see if this is indeed reproducible. So then I want to talk the difference between macrodosing and microdosing. And macrodosing, as you've heard, is around 25 milligrams, a high dose at 1% psilocybin and psilocybe cubensis dried. That's 1 gram, which is 10 milligrams. So it's 2.5 grams of psilocybe cubensis for what we call the hero's journey, a therapeutic dose. A therapeutic dose, for those who have not experienced, is you take these mushrooms and you lay down. You don't want to go anywhere. So a microdose means that you're not intoxicated. So many people don't want to take a high dose, but the idea of taking a microdose, and think of that, a microdose is a macrodose when it's repeated 7 days or 10 days. So macrodoses are composed of microdoses, just abbreviated in the dosage window. And when you spread that window out over days, then I think these dendritic spikes that we saw in earlier studies will also be elaborated. Many of us grow mycelium in culture. It takes time for cell divisions. Titrating the stimulus into the culture, I think, will also show these similar results. Our group has published 3 papers in Nature, scientific reports. These are also surveys, 3,486 people. And I had an epiphany, and I came up with what's called the Stamets stack. It was a microdosing stack. 55% of the people taking microdoses do an admixture with it, adding chocolate, adding something else. And so I popularized what's called now the Stamets stack. And so to reiterate, a low dose and a medium dose and a high dose, and that survey of several thousand people, 72% of the respondents were in that mid-range, 1/10 of a gram of psilocybe cubensis to 1/3 of a gram of psilocybe cubensis. That's 1 to 3 milligrams equivalency. So this is the Stamets stack. It came to me as an epiphany because I knew that psilocybin and psilocin is a vasoconstrictor, constricts the vessels. My partner is a medical doctor, and we talk about neuropathies. And neuropathies oftentimes result as a a constriction of the blood vessels, especially to the endpoints of the peripheral nervous system, deadening of the fingertips and the toes. I thought, wow, what's a good vasodilator? Well, niacin is the flushing form of niacin. And then we all know about lion's mane and erinacines. So I stacked them together. I publicized this on a well-known podcast by Joe Rogan, and I made a call out to millions of people. Please come to microdose.me and join our survey. Surprisingly, we had more non-microdosers join the survey than microdosers. So the editors at Nature liked this. They felt it was very well weighted. I think 4,500 non-microdosers, 4,300 microdosers. So now, I don't need to reiterate this, especially for this audience, but many of you have seen these studies. The erinacines from the mycelium of lion's mane stimulate nerve growth factors. It's been suggested, thanks to Kawagishi and his team in Japan, they really were the pioneers on this. But the idea of reducing dementia, treating Alzheimer's, Parkinson's disease, this is all very, very interesting because it regenerates myelin on the axons of the nerves. I thought, okay, myelin regeneration on the axons, dendritic spike proliferation, coding for new neurons, and then vasodilation to deliver the benefits of these compounds to the endpoints of the vascular system. As in age, neuropathies tend to present themselves from vasoconstriction. So we got data back from more than 8,000 participants. Clearly, with the stack, there was an increase in positive attitudes, a decrease in negative, decreased substantially, and that of depression and anxiety. That was, we're just confirming what other people have confirmed also with psilocybin by itself. But this was a really strong result. And I challenge anyone here to come up with an alternative explanation for this result. Dr. Pam and I had no access to this data. So one of the researchers, from Canada, mentioned that he was concerned that 45% of the people had a bias because they have a conflict of interest. All of you have a conflict of interest. Every professor has a conflict of interest because they need to publish. So when you cite conflict of interest, there's a difference between having a vested interest in the outcome versus having a bias that cooked the data to skew the data illegitimately. So we found, our researchers found, we were not allowed to have the data. The 50 of the 55 plus year olds, there's a finger tapping test. Look at the upper slide. And it's how many times you can tap your fingers in 10 seconds. This is a validated test for Parkinson's, traumatic brain injury, dementia, Alzheimer's. And we found that the people who used the Stammet stack in 30 days, the tapping frequency went from 48 to 68 taps in 10 seconds in 30 days. That cannot be explained by placebo, cannot be explained by expectancy. That is a neuroanatomical consequence of multiple sets of the nervous system coordinating for increase in agility and coordination and cadence. Think about a coder as they get older. Think about a guitar player, a piano player. Think about a person walking into the bathroom and being elderly and falling and breaking their hip and getting an infection and dying in the hospital. I believe this amplifies the benefit very quickly of psilocybin. The p-value of significance here is 0.004. This was published in Nature. This is clearly a signal. It's not placebo-controlled, except how else can you explain the result? It's because I think there's a physical change in the nervous system amplified by lion's mane and niacin. But truthfully, we don't know the contributions of either of those other constituents. We know psilocybin, and psilocybin in any other form did not increase tapping frequency, nor did the non-microdosers. This is a very strong signal that something is happening neuroanatomically. I have 2 minutes. So we started looking at the mechanisms of action. We started looking at receptors, track A, the psilocin and niacin. We found synergy. 1 + 1 in this case, it resulted in synergy of 4.8 and the 6.4, the two elements combined together. These are receptors that when they bind on the surface of the cell, code to the nucleus to produce new neurons. And then track B, I'll try it again. Oops, go back one. And then we look at track Bs. This codes for neurogenesis. And we found that psilocin and niacin at the equivalent 3.3 milligrams had no increased affinity of the receptors, the binding of track Bs, but you put them together, they had a massive stimulation. Track Bs are coding for newborn neurons. And so this article, 2 articles came out recently that shows that SSRIs and most antidepressants work because of track B binding. And psilocybin, in this case LSD, binds to more than 1,000 times greater than SSRIs. So why wouldn't microdosing work? It may not be 1,000, it could be 100, it could be 10, but it's more than 1. So we think we found the mechanisms of action. We then started doing pluripotent stem cell research, and we did find in vitro using pluripotent stem cells that we also had a greater signal of a combination of 3 than any individual. We did see proliferation of nerve ending outgrowth. So my proposed theory is niacin is a catalyst. It increases the vascular delivery. Lower doses of psilocybin can be tolerated by a greater number of people. We need clinical trials. So my bottom line is mushrooms revitalize our neural networks. Psilocybin does. Psilocybin mushrooms can increase our intelligence. Psilocybin mushrooms make us nicer people. Think about the return of an investment in reducing crime, mental illness. This is a medicine whose time has come. Psilocybin has a PR problem in that it sounds too good to be true. And we all have been taught if it's too good to be true, it probably is not. But look at the science. The science is showing that your neuroanatomical systems and your neurology is revitalized. That affects virtually everything in the human experience. It is time for us to decriminalize and legalize psilocybin. It's time for us for science to lead policy. All of you can be champions of this. You're welcome to take this information I provided and spread it far and wide. The best supporters I've had in my life have been my skeptics, but then looked at the data and they said, oh my gosh, there is something here. I want to thank this entire Congress. Thank you very much for your attention.
Any question? Okay. Please wait for the mic.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry for my English is really poor, but I'd like to know if you ever test the effects of mushrooms combined with fasting therapy with or without acupuncture.
I'm not quite hear that. So combined with what?
Fasting therapy.
What type of
Fasting.
therapy?
No eating, fasting.
Well, I think a combination of these other therapies with psilocybin is essential. But so the post experience, especially at high doses, needs to be managed very, very carefully. There's many ways of augmenting the experience through music, through other tactile, inputs. So I think this is a baseline that can be amplified by people who have specialities who can enhance the positive outcome. But just to give a personal note here, Alexander Smith, that many of you know, who is the father of American mycology, and my father both asked me for psilocybin. And I turned them both down. I asked them both, will your partners, will your wives also take psilocybin? They were in the room. They said no. In both cases, I was leaving within a day or two. I said, it's not responsible for me to do a high dose of psilocybin with you without me being there afterwards to help you process. So I adopted the adage long ago, nature provides, I don't. That's why I have a DEA license now. I'm very self-disciplined, but my emphasis is there needs to be therapeutic support, because a lot of you who have not experienced this, your view of reality is going to be totally changed. Many people talk about the multiverse. Is it a mathematician's exercise in an imagination, or is it true? Those of us who have done high doses of psilocybin know that right now we have a common experience in a very thin slice of reality. On high doses of psilocybin, you have the unanimity of being. Everything is connected. You realize you're in one giant shared consciousness. Those words sound poetic, but those of us who have done deep journeys know the truth of these words. Those people who have not done these journeys, they don't understand. It's called the ineffable. So I think it's critically important, and this is why we need the physicians to give therapeutic support for those people with mental health challenges. But I suggest to you, us that are near normals, we're kind of all moving back and forth, right? But for us, the near normals, the prevention of mental illness, the prevention of violence, the prevention of addiction gives a bigger added benefit to society. This is a cost-effective, idea that should be adopted, I think, from around the world. I wish President Putin would take psilocybin. I wish Netanyahu would take psilocybin. I wish all these terrorist groups, Hamas, would take psilocybin. This is a game changer across the world. It's a revolution of the people for the freedom of consciousness. This is a basic civil right. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you all for your time here. We have a talk that we were slotted into this as a follow-up. This will be a talk by Dr. Pamela Kriskov, and the title of the talk is Psilocybin-Assisted Therapy for Palliative Patients, a Patient's Perspective. You got 15 minutes to make this presentation, and for your questions, we might not be able to take questions, just to let you know, because it's a slot in. So the floor is yours.
Hello, thank you, everyone. It's an honor to be here and to talk to you today. So we're getting a lot of data on psilocybin at this conference, and I think it's really important that we see also the patient perspective on the experience of having psilocybin therapy. So I'll be combining two papers that our research team has put together, one on the patient experience of psilocybin-assisted therapy as a palliative care patient, and as well as their experience with different forms of psilocybin. So my disclosures, I have 2 academic appointments at 2 different universities. I have a number of board positions. I'm the medical lead of the Roots to Thrive Psychedelic Assisted Therapy Program, which is where this information is coming from today. And I work on 2 different research teams in Canada. So psilocybin-assisted therapy for palliative patients. Why? Why has this been leading the way on our psilocybin therapeutic research? So first off, there's strong rationales for it. Palliative care patients have very unique challenges. Not only do they have a life-threatening disease, but along with that disease, they also have mental health challenges, including experiencing hopelessness, loss of meaning, uncertainty, anxiety, and depression. Our current therapeutic options for this are quite limited. Therapy and the medications for it may help us slightly with the symptoms, but don't really fully get to the root of the cause. So antidepressants and anti-anxiety medicines are not fully useful for these patients. And they certainly don't address the root cause of having a palliative or a life-ending diagnosis. Also, psilocybin therapy is showing significant positive effects for palliative cancer patients. We're seeing a number of clinical trials that have come out for this and showing that improving their mood and their hope and their meaning. And then we also have decades and decades of group therapy data on benefits of being in group therapy for working with mental health challenges. So in the Roots to Thrive program, The design is generally, we recruited from a chemotherapy, so people that had a palliative care diagnosis in a chemotherapy unit. They had two different programs were offered. The first one was 6 weeks, and then by the advice of the patients, we extended it to 8 weeks. They wanted more time together. Then there was a psilocybin session in the middle of that, and then integration of the psilocybin therapy after that, as long as was needed. And more specifically, what happened when patients were interested is there was a very thorough medical and psychological assessment done that to ensure that it was safe for them to go into the program, which is a bit ironic because they all had a palliative care diagnosis. There was thorough education on what psilocybin therapy is and what the group therapy process would be, and ensure that there is thorough consent. We did 2 validated mental health screens for depression, one for depression, one for anxiety. Then once they qualified at that point, then there was 4 weekly online sessions with the therapeutic team so that the patients could stay in their own homes with their own families and participate at first. They then came on site. There was additional one-on-one counseling if they needed it or wanted it. Then they came on site to our therapy center in Nanaimo, which is on Vancouver Island in British Columbia, Canada, and had their psilocybin session in their group that had been meeting online. And following that psilocybin session, there was 4 weeks of online integration, again, with more one-on-one sessions if needed, to process the healing and the insights that had come from their psilocybin medicine session. And then we found from the request of the patients that many of them actually said, we would actually like more of these sessions. This was very helpful for us. So then we had extra sessions added. The patients that were part of this talk today were 25 patients in the first 4 cohorts. And you can see quite a range of ages there, all the way from 32 all the way up to 79 was our oldest. And 23 were Caucasian, and 2 had identified as partly First Nations or Indigenous. These were the diagnoses that were included in the 25 patients. So quite a wide range of palliative care diagnoses, from breast cancer, gynecological cancers, skin cancers, esophageal, liver, pancreatic, lung, brain, blood cancers, and bowel cancers. So quite a range. And what our research team did is we ran semi-structured interviews that were collected with all the patients at the end of each 6-week or 8-week cohort. The questions we developed from the review of the literature and from our expert consultations. The transcripts were recorded, they were independently coded, and the themes are captured, and then further sub-themes were identified and also grouped and coded. All the identifying data was removed, and then we had independent reviewer go through and ensure that all the coding was appropriate and all the sub-themes and themes were collected. So here is what I'm going to go through now is what the sub-themes are and what we were finding from the patients, so in their own voice. So overall, across the board, the patients reported that participating in the group psilocybin-assisted therapy what gave them an overall positive outlook, that they really helped them reduce the noise or the impact of the outward world on them. So the media didn't bother them as much. The stuff going on in their community that was negative didn't bother them as much. They were able to find more peace and push out the other distractions in life. Many of them found that it helped them shift their perspective on their life. They had a bigger, what is my life about? What is the meaning of my life? And what are my priorities in my life? My family, my friends, painting, golfing, etc. So they really started to focus on what they wanted to enjoy. And they reported feeling much lighter, less stressed, and more positive overall. The participants reported a deeper understanding of themselves and their emotions. And many of them found it much easier to actually talk about death. And this is a very common theme in palliative care patients, is that it's very difficult for them to actually talk about death or their diagnosis because it is so upsetting to their families. And so often they will keep it inside. So they were able to actually have these conversations around death, pain, loss, and what that meant to them. They were able to express themselves more honestly and openly. And they found a greater capacity to be more honest about even what their emotions are with themselves and others, especially their families. And we did get a lot of feedback from the families on how wonderful it was to be able to have these open conversations, that they were noticing in their loved ones that were in the program, how much more open they were. The part about the group, so the group therapy, again, was very valuable to the patients. They frequently said that the group process really allowed them to process a lot more. And part of that processing was because everyone in the group had a palliative care diagnosis. And so at first, when we did our very first cohort with these patients, we didn't actually talk about death a lot, probably because we the therapy team were a little bit too uncomfortable with death. But the patient said, no, we want to talk about death. We really want to jump into this and talk about the fact that we are dying and that we have a disease that will kill us sooner than we anticipated in our life. And so they felt that they were able to really share their feelings and talk about this in a very safe environment. And many of them likened the group to creating a new family. So they had some people that they could really talk to and really be with in a way that sometimes their own families couldn't help them. And so overall, the program with the psilocybin therapy and the group therapy, the majority of the participants reported that it was profound and that they had positive outcomes from the therapy sessions and the group sessions. And this is really analogous to some of the clinical trials that have already been alluded to that had preceded what we did. So the Johns Hopkins University, our Roland Griffiths and all at that, also reported similar numbers. We have another paper on this cohort that actually goes into the more the quantitative data, but what I'm talking more about what the patient experience is here today. But our data also showed very similar, that high numbers like 80% are talking about having improved mood, increased quality of their life, better understanding of their meaning of their life, optimism, and decreased anxiety around their upcoming death. And John Hopkins team, our Roland's team, and they found also that at 6 months that people, regardless of the quality of their experience, endorsed having a moderately or greatly increased well-being with their life satisfaction. And this was replicated in many studies that followed that in 2018, 2020, and 2021. And our data looks very, very similar. They also really appreciated having a skilled team, and I think this is really important, and this doesn't always happen in some of the clinical trials, is that sometimes the researchers are quite naive to psychedelics, and that was one of the things that the Roots to Thrive team was very skilled at. It's a very experienced team. They're all psychedelically aware, and they can really show up in a compassionate and professional way. Like, they can work in both of those. They can have had their own personal psychedelic experience and be very professional, which then also leads to a high level of compassion for holding these type of therapies. Most of the participants found that their session was very helpful and they actually wanted more sessions. So for that reason, we had to create an alumni and do alumni sessions. And they noted reduced anxiety and depressive symptoms following the program. In our other research on this, we followed that out 3, 6, 9, 12, and we are still continuing to follow it because most of these patients are still living. Even though their diagnosis was that they should have died by now, only 4 of the 25 people have actually passed away. And so there's another very interesting element there that probably should be studied. Does psilocybin-assisted therapy in palliative care patients extend life? And that's certainly what we're seeing. There's certainly challenges with running programs like this. Psilocybin therapy or psilocybin mushrooms certainly can cause discomfort. Some of the expected effects that we found for a few of the participants, some had some nausea, 2 had some vomiting during their psychedelic journey or psychedelic session. Most of them do have headaches. Headaches after a psilocybin session is very common, and that was easily treated with over-the-counter medications. And some had some physical pain while they were emotionally processing in the psilocybin session, and that physical pain was transient. So after a good cry, the pain went away. A number of the participants disliked the therapy space. So that's something to keep in mind. Many of these therapies we're thinking that are going to be done in hospitals or therapy centers. Our therapy center is actually quite nice, but there was still like, it could have been nicer. It could have been more retreat-like, more nature-based. And I think that really aligns with healing. The more beautiful the place you're in, the more likely you are to heal and feel better. So we would definitely prefer to be in a more nature-based setting for our future cohorts. Group therapy is not for everyone. 2 of the participants would have preferred individual sessions, and we do offer individual sessions in our program as well. But that is something we would be more careful with to make sure that group is the preferred option. And then there's cancer-related complexities. For instance, our patient with bowel cancer had an ostomy bag, so you have to be very careful about managing those during a psilocybin session. Plus, 17 of the patients were still in active treatment. And so there are side effects of active treatment, such as mouth sores for those on chemotherapy, hair loss, physical pain. And so you have to really manage those other symptoms that go along with the fact that these people all had cancer diagnoses. And then the psilocybin form. Throughout the program at the beginning, we were actually, through Health Canada approval, allowed to use whole psilocybin mushrooms. And then as the regulations changed in Canada, the second cohort had synthetic psilocybin. And then now the 3rd, 4th, and into our current cohorts all get mycologically or fungally extracted medicine made from whole Psilocybe cubensis. So it has most of the constituents. Overall, if you're considering bringing this type of therapy, there are some very good advantages to it. You know, doing group therapy and doing psilocybin therapy is expensive. You have a good team. It takes a long time. It's not just handing a pill and walking away. So the group sessions can be really more efficient. You can have more people on the team shouldering the burden. They can reduce costs. And the other part about the group therapy that the patients really loved and we loved is that they had peers. They had people to talk with and learn with, and the groups often met on their own outside of the program, and actually many of the groups still meet on their own now years later. And again, the accessibility, it was a combination virtually online and in person. So people were able to do a good portion of the program at home in their living room with their cup of tea, with their cat on their lap. And that makes it a lot easier and a lot more patient friendly. So they only had to come on site for the psilocybin sessions. And then the psilocybin form. So this is another paper that we've written. So because we use 3 different types of psilocybin in the program, we were able to compare them. And you can see in the chart here that there's the dried cubensis and the extract have similar qualities. They come on at similar times. The duration of the peak experience is about the same. And then we're able to get into the integration therapy about the same time. The synthetic psilocybin is quite a bit faster and off quite a bit faster. So we wrote another paper that is being published soon that has the patients talking about their different experiences. These are the patients that actually had the opportunity to try 2 or 3 of the different forms. And briefly, the patient experience with the psilocybin mushrooms and the fungal extract was described more as a bell curve, a nice gentle onset with the peak experience at the top, and then a very gentle offset where they could kind of start to integrate and kind of daydream about what they had learned in their psilocybin journey. The synthetic was described as quite a bit more artificial, a very, very fast onset. And most of the clinical trials are using the synthetic. And that's very important to know because it's not really totally mirroring what an actual psilocybin mushroom journey is like. So the synthetic was a very rapid onset. They said it was like a really fast elevator up. And then the journey was similar. And then it was a very fast offset. Overall, the patients did prefer the psilocybin mushrooms or the fungal extract. And they said it felt much more like the mushroom was working with them, whereas the synthetic, they felt much more that the synthetic was driving the experience. And so that is something we really do need to get psilocybin mushrooms in these clinical trials. So overall, I think This is an innovative approach. It's probably the first of it. It is the first of its kind in North America that is doing group psilocybin and has had the opportunity to work with mushroom synthetic and fungally extracted psilocybin. We found it was very safe. We had no major adverse effects. We had great results. And we think that the patient saying, please, can we have some more? Can we continue this for our healing was an indication that they felt it was useful and positive for them. The outcomes are very positive. We need ongoing research, but that shouldn't slow the opportunity for patients to have this, which is why we continue to offer these programs. And as psychedelic treatments gain momentum, you know, this study really shows some important considerations for effective group psilocybin implementation. And these are the two papers that are pending with our my colleagues, Dr. Sang, Masuda, Dr. Watler, Pearl Allard, and Dr. James, and the mushroom comparison with Paul Stamets, Joseph Latour, Catherine Sattler, and Dr. Sang and Dr. Williamson. We should be in print soon. And I really want to thank the brilliant team at Roots to Thrive. They're a fantastic therapeutic team and just really a bunch of angels. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I want to tell you that during my speech, you will have the opportunity to listen to a real experience of a palliative care patient, Andrea, who is here with us. But before this, I invite to the stage Professor Zullino, who came from Geneva Hospital from Switzerland. Daniele Zullino studied medicine at the University of Basel and completed his doctorate there on the familiar risk factor of tobacco addiction. Head of the addiction service of the Department of Mental Health and Psychiatry at Geneva Hospital since 2005, he collaborates with WHO, in particular with the development and validation of screening instrument and early addiction intervention. Thank you for coming. The floor is yours.
Thank you already for inviting me, and thank you, Tanya, especially for giving the opportunity to talk about something we do since several years in Geneva, psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. So the title, How to Catalyze the Mechanism of Psychotherapeutic Actions. There are two more reasons why it's a good idea to invite me. The first is I'm, as my name shows, here from the region. So thank you to bring me back. And the second one, I grew up in Basel. And Basel is an important city for psychedelic research. As it happened in Switzerland, in Basel, where Albert Hofmann discovers LSD, also originating from a mushroom. He discovered it in 38, but he discovered mainly the effect. He made his first trip in 43. Bicycling, accompanied by his assistant home, and describing later his first psychedelic trip. I knew Albert Hofmann as I started in Basel. Just that. But he also discovered psilocybin and psilocin as Gunnar Wasson sent him a sample of his mushrooms. There he and his team had several weeks and several months even to discover it, but at the end it's also in Basel that it was discovered. The first period of psychedelic research stopped rapidly with something which didn't happen in Switzerland, with this Richard Nixon, who wanted those substances to put on the list of prohibited drugs. So everything came to a stop for almost 30 years. No, not exactly, because in Switzerland we already had the opportunity during the 80s and the beginning of the 90s. Some colleagues of mine had the permit to treat several hundred patients, mainly with psilocybin, MDMA, another a psychedelic, and later on also to do research with LSD and psilocybin, mainly done by Franz Vollenweider. In 2006, the birthday symposium for the 100 years of Albert Hofmann, who died at 102. So maybe that LSD and psilocybin had some effects. A group of colleagues decided to ask the Swiss government if there wasn't a possibility to reintroduce the substances for therapeutic use. And fortunately, yes, there was a possibility. And since 2014, there is the possibility in Switzerland to prescribe psilocybin, LSD, and also MDMA for therapeutic use on a compassionate use regime. And that's what we do since some year also in Geneva, since 2020. We began without talking too much about it, and now it has become a standard with more than 250 patients. We already have treated around 500 who are still waiting for the treatment, and we did more than 350 sessions. The question now is, what type of therapy is therapy with psychedelic? Is it pharmacotherapy or is it psychotherapy? There are some arguments to sustain rather the second possibility. First, epidemiology. Yeah, there is no persistent clinical effect of recreational use. There is some effect, as we have seen before, but mainly with not clinical persons. On the second, in clinical studies, there has always been some sort of at least minimal psychotherapeutic support. Let us also say that there is no pharmacotherapy without psychotherapy. It always happened in a setting, and the setting has its effect, and that's psychotherapy in a larger sense. And there is always a preparation, there is discussion with the patient that is psychotherapy in some way. So it has to be psychotherapy. But now, how to increase or how to combine psychotherapeutic interventions with the effect of psychedelics. So first, there is a difference between psychedelic effects, clinical psychedelic effects, and classical psychopharmacological effects. At first, the right side, that's how usually pharmacotherapy works in psychiatry. You have you give the patients a substance. The substance enters the organism, occupies typically receptors or other proteins, and with a certain latency, you'll have the clinical effect. You need to have persistent effect on the neurobiological system to have at the end a clinical effect. With psychedelics, it's completely different. You have, for example, the receptor occupancy for psychedelics, LSD, and psilocybin. It's a subgroup of serotonin receptors, the serotonin 2A receptor, which are occupied, which induce some effects, and then you'll have the clinical effect, which will last long after the pharmacological effect, or even begin during the pharmacological effect and then last for days, weeks, and some effects even months or years. There is clearly something different. We call that a disruptive effect. First is rather an orthopedic effect, where we try to correct something we think is altered by the pathology. So we try to redress the system. With psychedelics, it's a short effect which switches from one function to another, from one functional attractor to another one. So two types of psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. The psycholytic therapy, mainly developed in Europe, Switzerland, Germany, England, mainly analytically inspired. We talk about the 50s and the 60s. With repeated low to medium doses. Low to medium means usually around 10 milligrams of psilocybin or even less. For LSD, it's rather 20 to 50 micrograms. On the other side, and the therapist intervenes. It's psychoanalysis under psychedelics. The psychedelic therapy, it's what usually is used nowadays, mainly studied in North America during the 60s. 1, 2, 3, sometimes even more higher doses, 25 to 40 milligrams, for example, in Geneva, 100 to 200 micrograms of LSD, where we try to induce the peak experience, really the mystical, the psychedelic, the full-blown psychedelic effect. And the therapist usually doesn't intervene during this session. It intervenes before and afterwards, as we already have seen before. So when we want to intervene, to catalyze psychotherapy, let's at first ask ourselves, what is psychotherapy? Psychotherapy is generation of choices. Psychiatric pathology, be it depression, schizophrenia, addiction, it's always a restriction of the possibles. So the depressed patient always thinks depressed, always behaves depressed, and doesn't see alternatives. So it's generation of choices. It's also sharpening the perception of new possibilities. Instead of what is, the problem should be what could be. It's imagining what could be else. And at the end is the catalysis of self-organization processes. We want to induce something which at the end will change patients' thinking and behavior. That's how we could illustrate psychiatric disorder. It's a desert with just one route and one route. And if you just have one path, one route, you will always follow the same. So a multiple polarizing cognitive behavioral attractor. That's recovery. Recovery is opening the possibles to new possible, what we call new possible selves. What do I want to become? Who do I want to become? Who do I not want to become? That usually the patients know, but the wanted possible selves. So psychotherapy is to increase the awareness of what they could become. And for that, you need neural reorganization at a neurobiological level. And there we all, this morning already have seen psilocybin, LSD do exactly that. They reorganize neural networks and they increase neural plasticity. So we have to combine, if we want to have the maximum effect of psychotherapy, with this neuro reorganization and neuroplasticity. Psychotherapy is also to know what is important for the patient, a clearer view of certain aspects of the world, not of everything, drawing the attention to what is essential, what is valued by the patient. So to do psychotherapy, we need objectives, and that's already the first step. The first step of every therapy in general is to know what is the endpoint we want to achieve. Essential objectives. What are essentials of objectives? Are the objectives which are essential for the patient, which usually are value-based. We can call them strategic objectives. When we attain those objectives, therapy ends or should end. And in between, there are instrumental objectives, mechanisms of action. They can be universal, as we will see, or specific for a specific psychotherapeutic approach. We will call them tactical objective. Now the question is, how can we increase, how can we catalyze processes which are directed towards essential and instrumental objectives? Essential objectives can be defined by two dimensions, the possible selves, we already have seen, and the core values. What is important for patient? What wants the patient to be achieved? Ego-centered, community-oriented objectives. Does he want to give something to the world, to have something in the world, or have a certain style of life? And clearly those two are correlated. So what are the effects of psychedelics? Three main axes: altered state of consciousness, the visionary restructurations, so pseudo hallucinations. There are not hallucinations. The patient is always aware that the visual alterations are induced by the substance, synesthesia, and so on. You probably know all that. Then there is the oceanic boundlessness, probably even more interesting. It's a very pleasant state of ego expansion. I'm not only myself, you are also me, or we are. The whole world is one. The shifts of boundaries of the self. This comes together with shifts of values. When the depressed is mainly ego-centered, I have problems, I am the problem, and so on, it shifts toward there is a whole world, there is more something more important, for example, than myself. This comes together with the experience of unity at the transcendence of space and time, mainly time. Time changes. There is at some points no more time. If there is no more time, there are no more bad memories. There can't be, and there can't be any problems, because problems are always feared in the future. It's a divine state, if you want. In that state, I'm God. Don't take me too seriously. Yeah. And there is the third axis, which can be difficult to support, but we know today that's a positive prognostic factor. If that happens during the session and we can process this during what we call the integration sessions, the day after, the weeks after, there is an increased effect of this type of therapy. We don't call it bad trip in a therapeutic setting. It's a challenging experience. What is psychotherapy also, it's not what we call an algorithmic or algorithmic task. An algorithmic task follows a set of clear instructions. It's like building a chair, an IKEA chair. You have a clear plan and one predefined objective along one single path to one predefined result, routine task. Psychotherapy is inventing new possible selves. It's a heuristic task. No algorithm exists. It's experimenting with possibilities, developing new solutions. Something that the patient, the world didn't know it was missing. You have to create something new. And there you see already the interest of a psychedelic session. Psychotherapy always happens in two phases. One first phase and two following phases, cyclic phases. One with divergent thinking, where you have to create new ways of thinking, of behaving, where quantity is sometimes more important than quality. Psychoanalysis is nothing else as that. Try to associate, give me your dreams, describe me your dreams, and so on. Divergent thinking, and then you have to make sense of that. Make sense and be able to integrate it into the everyday's life, convergent thinking. So the psychedelic experience, first part, convergent thinking, preparation to the psychedelic session, and integration. When it comes to psychotherapy, there have been distinguished two types of mechanism. What has been called the universal mechanism of action, which work in all approaches of psychotherapy, and the specific mechanism of action, which seems to be specific for every specific approach, psychoanalysis, family therapy, cognitive behavioral therapy, body-centered therapy, and so on. The general mechanism, there are 5 which have been often described, and the most important is always the therapeutic alliance. So the question now, how to increase this effect when there is a therapeutic alliance? Therapeutic alliance means also patient and therapist concord on what is the problem. And it's not what the therapist, the physician or psychologist thinks, it's what both think or agree to be the problem, and what both think and agree to be a possible solution to the problem. There's the clarification of meaning. Why do we do that? What is intended in psychotherapy? The problem actuations, where we try to replay what is the everyday problem in a therapeutic context, in a therapeutic setting. The resource activation, what the patient already brings with himself, and the generation of new solutions. And now the big challenge is how to integrate, how to plan to catalyze those mechanisms with the psychedelic experience. That will be one of the big challenges in the future. Here, just one example of specific mechanism of action, decentering. Decentering is often used in cognitive behavioral therapies. Decentering means the ability to observe one's one thought, emotions, and bodily sensation from outside, to take a third-party view. I'm seeing myself thinking. I think of my thinking. It's a meta thinking, without judging or identifying with them. So observe rather the thought process than its content. In CBT, in cognitive behavioral therapy, we try that regularly. If we succeed, the patient can, in decentering, can change their thinking, can think about alternatives, for example, to think in a certain situation. It's induced by cognitive, what we call cognitive restructuring. Could there be another possibility than just thinking what you are thinking? Involves identifying challenging maladaptive thoughts. It's short term and it involves an active process of the patient. In psychedelic decentering, it's spontaneous. You can't not decenter at the peak of the experience. It's such overwhelming that it happens spontaneously. It reduces, as we have seen, especially with the oceanic boundlessness, the egocentricity. So I'm not anymore the center, but I can observe myself, what is happening to myself. It's deeper, it's more immersive, and especially it's longer, and I can't do anything against. So we have to integrate all this in a concept. It's psychotherapy. So we have already to know what we want to do in psychotherapy. We have to have discussed what is the end point of psychotherapy. What are the possible selves patients want to achieve? What are his important values? And clearly we can, after the experience, reassess this objective. There we have one first effect of psychedelic effects on the objectives themselves, which are sometimes difficult to define in psychotherapy. And then we have the mechanism, which the universal general mechanism and the specific, on which we want to act, and we can discuss that also with the patient. And we have to prepare the patient specifically to that. For example, for the motivational aspect, what do you want to achieve? How do you want to act? So preparation means also knowing exactly what are the objectives and what are the psychotherapeutic mechanisms on which I want to act. And I have clearly also to adapt the procedures on that. So in conclusion, psychedelic treatments are, in general, at least for psychiatric disorders, are psychotherapies. We have already to have a psychotherapy ongoing in order to have a real effect. It's psychotherapy boosted by a pharmacological intervention. And that's really new. Or it's new, it's not new because we already had it in the 60s, but it's coming back. So there is the importance of working on the set, the preparation of the patient to maximize the effect. It's not just take it and let's see what will happen. And so the importance of integrating the psychedelic experience into a real psychotherapeutic concept. And I thank you for your attention and for time.
Thank you, Daniele. You are so punctual. So we have 2 minutes for one question. Thank you. Any question? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Is William Goose here?
Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah, William Goose is a researcher and cultivated mushroom for the past 15 years, and he has various background in science of plants and mushrooms. And he continues to be an advocate for decriminalizing psilocybin. He'll be talking to us this morning. Let's give him a roll. Thanks.
Hi, thank you so much. Thanks for that introduction. Really proud to be here, giving my second talk for this conference. And I'm also really excited with the growing attention to this emerging, exciting psychedelic space that we find ourselves in. So sorry, I have a script that I want to read. It's kind of a new presentation for me, but I'll just get into it, and I'll try not to repeat too much. There's been so much great education around this so far, and I have a very humble involvement in the space. All right, so this presentation will explore the ethnomycological and therapeutic aspects of psilocybin mushrooms, providing key insights into both their historical significance and latest advancements in psychedelic research. As was mentioned, my name is William Goss. I'm a nutraceutical culture specialist at Amisil Monterey Mushrooms, and I've been involved in the cultivation and study of various mushroom species, including those with therapeutic benefits. Through this presentation, we will delve into the cultural, ecological, and policy-related perspectives surrounding psilocybin mushrooms, which have been an integral part of human history, as we've learned this morning. Maybe knew about it before also. Oh, voice. Okay, thank you. Yeah, today we're witnessing a renewed interest in these fungi, not only for their ethnomycological significance, but also for their therapeutic potential. Modern science is catching up with recent studies showing promising results in using psilocybin to treat a range of mental health disorders, from depression to anxiety. The rich diversity of psilocybin-producing species, which spans over 200 varieties, growing, I'm sure, as we find more and more, reflects the complex chemical landscapes that contribute to their varied effects on the human mind and body. So I think one of these pictures from you, Paul, this is just to give you an idea of the great diversity that we have across several genera, and yeah, an amazing, incredible list of species. So the ecological diversity of psilocybin mushrooms plays a crucial role in determining their potency and chemical makeup. Factors like soil composition, moisture, and altitude directly impact their growth and therapeutic potential when picking from the wild. For instance, psilocybin cubensis, one of the more commonly cultivated species, probably the most common mushroom available. It shows a wide variation in potency based on all types of growth conditions. This underscores the importance of understanding the parameters to optimize cultivation for therapeutic use. So this is probably outdated now, as we test for more and more mushrooms. The amount of potency testing that's going on is quite incredible. And I think that now there's contenders for the most potent mushroom as new strains are being developed. The use of, so you have to get into the historical use of psilocybin to pay respect to the traditions and history from where we come from and where these mushrooms have been used. And but yeah, there's deep-rooted history, particularly in indigenous cultures of Mesoamerica, but was mentioned really all across the globe. Over time, Western scientific interest grew, as was discussed earlier, and these drugs, these compounds were popularized in the 50s and 60s, and from the drug war. And I would add that I think Nixon had more of a problem with hippies and minorities than he did with specifically psychedelics, but that was his way of kind of making those people, those populations criminal as the Vietnam War was going on. So since then, there's been a large prohibition on the research and use and possession, and that actually percolated out into the entire globe. I'll get into legalization and decriminalization a little later. So this image is already shown earlier, but it's incredible to think of how long these these fungi friends have been a part of our culture. And yeah, a lot of the clinical work has been talked about earlier, so I won't get too into it. This is another incredible image shown earlier. And one takeaway that I had from conversation with a clinician was about the term neuroplasticity and how people with schizophrenia are also considered to have neuroplasticity. And I really appreciated Paul talking about the importance of the journey work and the integration. And when you resynchronize your brain, if you do, that has to happen, with this supportive community, and better not be done alone, especially for first-time users. And so you have to be really careful. And I'm not going to tell you exactly, if I think you can't do it by yourself. I really support the group mindset, the group therapy mindset. That's something that's been done for, centuries in these indigenous communities. And it completely makes sense for that tradition to be kept alive and continued. That's not the most popular clinical model, but when we talk about the costs of the hours of the clinicians, the treatment specialists, and how these treatments might be unaffordable to most people, we have to kind of re-examine how we're thinking about therapy, and group therapy seems to be like a great opportunity to promote access. So getting a little bit more into some of the work I've done in decriminalization, the policy landscape in the US regarding psilocybin has been rapidly evolving. In 2019, Denver became the first US city to decriminalize psilocybin mushrooms. And that was done by a vote to the electorate. Again, important to vote. If maybe you don't want to vote for other things, vote for mushrooms. That's probably an easy ask of this audience. And after Denver decriminalized, Oakland, I think the next month, and then Santa Cruz a couple months later, started passing these decriminalization, or as mentioned, deprioritization bills. And unfortunately, there's a lot of infighting in the Bay Area and different mindsets around, are we decriminalizing? Are we deprioritizing? Does it matter at the city level if the county sheriff can come after you, or state troopers? Really, any work in this space is important for getting the job done, promoting access. And I think we can all agree that this is more of an appeal to solving a mental health crisis versus a criminal issue, and people shouldn't be behind bars for this. Today, dozens of cities in the United States have moved towards decriminalization or legalization, and there's now great support, really, all over. And this is kind of an apolitical issue, whether you're a Democrat or a liberal. People just want to be healed and have access to potent medicine. Okay, you can read the labels up here, so I won't go over that, but you can see just how popular it is in the United States. Popular as far as the policy that's enacted, and that happens from community groups. That this isn't really politicians deciding that they should relinquish power. This is citizens fighting for their rights, or fighting for their rights back again after this very long prohibition. Kind of a couple notable things from this map. Colorado was the most recent state to adopt a legalization framework, which they're still working through. I think they've been working through it. At the end of this year, they should be finalizing their guidelines for the treatment options with facilitators, how the facilitators are getting trained, where how the licenses are procured from the cultivators and the testing labs. These are all things that need to be worked out. And I'll add that there's a lot to do with the precedent that was set in Oregon, creating the kind of pathway forward. But I want to kind of encourage people to push back a little bit, because just because something is the first.
You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Just because it's the first doesn't mean it's the best. They've limited to cubensis versus the 200 plus species that are grown. They are only allowing a certain amount of substrates, which really limits things. So and yeah, Michigan's really popular with decrim, and Massachusetts as well. So yeah, this is a global conference, so we got to mention some of these global efforts. Australia, Brazil, and Jamaica are notable for their early adoption. Yeah, this is a map from Wikipedia on the legalization of psilocybin possession. So you don't see Australia in green, but they have a legalized framework now. I wanted to overlay that with a Paniolus distribution map. This is one of the more common psychedelic mushrooms outside of psilocybe. And these mushrooms are growing around. The wood chip lovers are growing in like my old elementary school, in universities that are popular, that may have a psychedelic program down the way. They're growing in hospitals, parks, police departments. It's kind of ironic. So yeah, just getting into the devil's in the details with legalization and decriminalization, and yeah, don't have too much time, and I have a handful more slides. So if you want to get into the details with me, which is kind of important when it comes to these, the meaningful implications of the words that are used, we can talk after or email me. So one thing I want to get into a little bit is how the stigma may affect people's experiences, and just a theory that, with the prohibition, if like taking psychedelics already creates this onset of feelings that you may have, particularly around paranoia, because a lot of this work relies on positive outcomes, and that's where the benefit of trained specialists sitting in the room next to you, supporting you, or your community comes into play. So there's a lot more to do than just the medicine. And yeah, we have a lot of regulatory hurdles to get through. The black market's really been filling the void as cities decriminalize. People are encouraged to get into the black market, and this unregulation is really difficult, and that's led to like a company like this out of California. This is one of like many brands, countless brands that are selling psychedelics rather openly. And this was recalled. This is a product that actually had a CDC warning about it. Look it up. They had all sorts of adulterants with amanita compounds, prescription compounds, psilocybin salts, and kind of a mess. That said, the black market has also produced some of the best testing, with citizen scientists procuring HPLCs and standards from standards companies, and have really led the way in a lot of the testing, to the point where the psychedelic testing has far surpassed in some ways the medicinal mushroom secondary metabolite testing that that industry is looking for right now. This is a test that's an easy at-home potency test, which is really important for harm reduction, to know what you're taking. Yeah, there's an ongoing debate with synthetic versus fruit flies that was touched on earlier. Yeah, okay.
The time is up.
Time is up. Okay. Well, I'll just like ergotamine, this is a mycological conference, so can't forget about that. Okay. Time's up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, we may not have time to take questions, we are going straight to the next talk. It's being presented by Tanya Ree and Andrea Ciclari. And she is a clinical community psychologist, a neuropathic doctor, and works both in Italy and in Switzerland. She specializes in psychedelic assisted psychotherapy. And then she also worked in California Institute of Integral Studies in San Francisco. She also here is a patient, Andrea Ciclari, and then they'll be giving us a presentation that is real. Here you see the scientist and you see the patient. They will talk to us. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you to Andrea for coming here. I have to switch in Italian, so please kindly for the people who cannot understand Italian, I ask them kindly to put their headphone. Bene. Allora, grazie. Permettetemi un saluto a tutte le persone che ci stanno sentendo da casa. Sono pazienti, sono colleghi terapeuti che grazie all'Associazione Luca Coscioni, che è un'associazione no profit in Italia di cui ho il piacere e l'onore di essere consigliera, da anni in virtù di quello che viene definito il diritto alla scienza, lavoriamo insieme in Italia perché questi benefici delle terapie che avete sentito fino ad adesso possano essere disponibili anche per le persone qui in Italia. Il titolo della mia relazione è Fine vita, un nuovo approccio formativo. Io, oltre ad essere una psicoterapeuta, sono un'antropologa e spesso mi è successo, lavorando in Sud America, in Centro America, di parlare con le comunità indigene della morte. E qualcuno mi ha detto, sai, la vita non è nient'altro che, o non dovrebbe essere altro che una preparazione a morire, perché possiamo scegliere se sposarci, se avere figli, se studiare all'università, ma tutti abbiamo questo confronto con la morte. E allora voglio introdurre brevissimamente quella che poi sarà il focus di questo speech, che sarà l'intervista ad Andrea. Andrea viene dalla Svizzera italiana, da Lugano, e ha avuto la possibilità di essere accompagnato all'interno di un percorso nel Dipartimento nell'ambulatorio di terapie palliative con l'acido lisergico, con l'LSD. Allora, brevissimamente, per cui introduciamo l'LSD in una conferenza sui funghi medicinali, e la relazione è semplice. L'LSD è vero, è una sostanza sintetica, ma è stata sintetizzata da Albert Hofmann nei laboratori svizzeri della Sandoz. L'acido lisergico è un composto presente nell'ergot, che è un termine francese. Che cos'è? Possiamo chiamarlo ergot o claviceps purpurea, ed è un astromiceta, so che insomma per i micologi che ci sono qui in sala, appartiene al genere claviceps ed è un fungo parassita delle graminacee. E proprio la sua traduzione in italiano, che cosa vuol dire ergot? Vuol dire sperone. E proprio a causa di questo fungo sulla segale prende il nome di segale cornuta, proprio per queste escrescenze causate dal fungo e che causano una malattia che viene definita ergotismo. Sono i sintomi che l'LSD provoca in una persona. Il dibattito, come è stato detto prima nelle relazioni che mi hanno preceduta, è ancora aperto il dibattito. Qual è la differenza tra una sostanza sintetica e una sostanza naturale? In Svizzera, oltre all'LSD, viene utilizzata, come ci ha detto prima il professor Zullino, la psilocibina sintetica. Allora un aneddoto che anche fa parte della storia, questo è l'incontro tra Maria Sabina, che viene considerata la madre dei funghi psilocibinici, questa donna messicana che da generazioni è stata lei a mettere in comunicazione il mondo tradizionale, il mondo indigeno con l'Occidente. Quella foto racconta del suo incontro con questo banchiere che era anche un micologo, che è Wasson, e da lì Albert Hoffman, che ha sintetizzato l'LSD, l'ha visitata portandole la psilocibina sintetica. Lei conosceva i funghi medicinali, li chiamava Niño Santo, piccoli bambini, e a un certo punto dice a Hoffman, provando durante una cerimonia la psilocibina sintetica, buoni i tuoi funghi. Quindi forse questa differenza dobbiamo studiarla, però non è così forte, non è così grande. Anche questo è già stato fatto vedere prima. Questo studio dell'Imperial College ha sancito, dopo anni di proibizionismo, dove non è stato possibile studiare queste sostanze, all'Imperial College, con dei volontari sani, attraverso questa tecnica che è la connettomica, si è osservato con risonanza magnetica funzionale che cosa succede nel cervello delle persone che assumono queste sostanze. E lo vedete voi stessi nell'immagine a destra. Quello che accade è una connessione, cioè un'iperconnettività tra aree anche lontane del cervello. Vi dico questo per anticipare un po' quella che sarà poi l'esperienza, la storia vera di Andrea. Nel suo cervello di una persona affetta da un tumore in stadio avanzato, ecco, quello che lui ci racconterà a livello neurobiologico, quella è l'immagine. Se entriamo un po' più nel merito del tema, già prima se ne è parlato delle terapie palliative, che cosa succede a una persona a cui viene data una diagnosi di tumore avanzato o dopo, come nel caso di Andrea, o dopo anni di terapie, di chemioterapie, di radioterapie. Quello che viene chiamato in inglese psychoexistential distress, ovvero è la paura di morire, la paura di lasciare gli affetti, come dicono i tibetani, di lasciare andare. E allora la medicina è preparata a gestire il dolore fisico, gli oppioidi, anche in questo caso derivati da una pianta. Anche lei, un po' come i funghi psilocibinici, è stata un po' maltrattata. Però forse l'attenzione legata al dolore esistenziale, al dolore della mente e dello spirito, forse i rimedi che abbiamo, che utilizziamo, non sono sufficienti, non rispondono a quello che è un bisogno, non solo di calmare un dolore, ma quello di attraversare una porta. Ed è proprio l'attraversamento di una porta. Questo Aldous Huxley è stato uno dei primi ad attraversare la porta tra la vita e la morte, proprio accompagnato con l'LSD. Aldous Huxley ha scritto dei libri molto belli che vi invito a leggere, legati alle sue esperienze prima di morire, i cui titoli sono Le porte della percezione e Isola. Questo è un'intervista che è stata fatta da Groff. Groff è uno psichiatra praghese che per anni ha potuto lavorare con l'LSD in diversi contesti, e qui intervista Hoffman e rispetto alla sua esperienza. E allora ve la traduco. E lui, Hoffman, risponde, dice, beh, la fase iniziale dopo l'assunzione di LSD è un po' terrifying, è un po' spaventosa, e perché non sapevo se poi sarei rientrato, ma bene, quando sono ritornato mi sono sentito rinato. E allora non è solo l'attraversamento della paura di morire, ma forse quello che ascolteremo adesso è davvero una rinascita. Quindi io ho preparato qualche domanda, ti faccio la prima, Andrea, di qui, e poi mi vengo a sedere vicino a te. La domanda è un po' qual è la tua storia e come è cambiata la, la tua vita attraverso queste esperienze, ricordando che tu ti sei sottoposto a tutte le terapie tradizionali, quindi prima la chemioterapia, poi l'immunoterapia, per cui l'accompagnamento con l'LSD è possibile anche, questo lo sottolineo, non sono antitetiche, anzi, queste terapie sono integrate. Grazie Andrea.
Grazie Tania, grazie a tutti voi, grazie a chi mi ha invitato qui a condividere un po' la mia esperienza con voi. Come Tania ha detto, io ho avuto una diagnosi molto difficile nel 2019, un cancro al colon in stato avanzato e mi sono subito sottoposto a diverse operazioni, chemioterapie pesanti, radioterapie, poi però da subito ero attratto da una possibilità di fare un'esperienza con psichedelici. Era una pianta, era una sostanza, l'LSD, che aveva una cattivissima reputazione, penso ancora oggi. Ci sono molti pregiudizi su questa pianta, su questa sostanza, e quindi non l'avevo mai provato, perché mi dicevo sempre, ah, in effetti è possibile che non si possa tornare, però la curiosità c'è sempre stata, e quindi una volta che mi hanno diagnosticato col cancro, mi sono detto, dai, voglio adesso fare questa esperienza, e mi è stato detto in quel momento che c'era la possibilità di partecipare in Svizzera, io vivo in Svizzera, a studi clinici, e quindi ho trovato questo studio clinico col professor Gasser che misura lo stato d'ansia in pazienti con malattie potenzialmente mortali. Ho partecipato a questo studio e non so neanche dove cominciare a raccontarvi quanto questo piccolo fungo del segale abbia migliorato la mia vita. Innanzitutto, bisogna immaginarsi questa esperienza, insomma, sono in ambulatorio con una psicologa, una psichiatra in questo caso, che mi accompagnava per tutto il giorno, materasso per terra, con una playlist, la musica scelta da loro per me, specifica sul mio caso. E per prima cosa, nel mio primo viaggio, ho proprio visto quello che descriveva stamattina il nostro keynote speaker, di quanto questa mia esistenza qui fosse una piccolissima parte di quello che sono, no? Mi veniva proprio l'immagine di un granello di sabbia in una spiaggia, e questa vita è una di tantissime altre vite ed è tantissimo altro che io sono. Ovviamente spiegarlo usando parole di qua è sempre molto difficile quando si passa dalla porta che descrive Aldous Huxley, no? Ehm, Questo ovviamente mi ha aiutato moltissimo a confrontarmi con la morte, a, sì, ehm, a vedere a vedere la morte come un semplice passaggio a qualcos'altro. Vedere questa vita qua come piccolissima, però allo stesso tempo estremamente significativa, no? Da onorare assolutamente, da vivere. Capivo che il senso della vita è proprio semplicemente di essere vivo e di vivere, e di rimanere nel presente. Io poi, tu mi interrompi se parlo troppo, una cosa che ho integrato poi un gruppo di terapia, sempre col professor Gasser e sua moglie, anche Röskamp, nel quale spesso ci incoraggiavano a mettere qualche intenzione per i viaggi che facevamo con queste sostanze. E io sempre ero lì a cercare di dirmi, io ho questa diagnosi, vorrei trovare qualcosa che mi faccia star meglio, che possa aiutare un'eventuale guarigione, eccetera, eccetera. Cercavo di andare in questa direzione. Perché nella mia visione esisteva essere sani o essere malati, no? O l'uno o l'altro. Quello che questa sostanza mi ha insegnato è che posso essere entrambe le cose, no? Quello che può sembrare qua paradossale, in realtà non lo è, no? Perché in me c'è tantissima salute e sono sano. Infatti la sostanza mi rispondeva ogni volta, tu sei vivo oggi, punto.
Una domanda che spesso ci fanno è se ci sono degli effetti collaterali dopo, se queste sostanze danno dipendenza.
Allora, con l'LSD e la psilocibina sicuramente dipendenza, penso che sia anche provato, non ce n'è. Dopo un'esperienza del genere, anzi, cioè, lasciatemi tranquillo per qualche mese perché sono esperienze molto intense queste, no? Però io adesso per esempio lo faccio ogni 6 mesi e trovo che sia un buon ritmo per una specie di igiene, una specie di ginnastica, no? Come andare in palestra, qualcosa, disfare un po' queste associazioni che si creano nel cervello probabilmente. E qualche volta l'ho proprio visto come un'acrobazia nel cervello che faccio durante questi viaggi. E quindi sì, le persone che conosco che fanno uso di queste sostanze mi dicono la stessa cosa. Una cosa una volta ogni tanto è bello, sono esperienze molto significative, però non si può parlare di dipendenza. Effetti secondari, strano, no? Perché pensiamo sempre abituati all'alcol, che quando qualcosa ci fa star bene, dopo dobbiamo pagare il prezzo. Invece no, anzi, io mi sento molto molto fresco dopo queste esperienze. Magari dormo poco, anche perché mi capita di ballare il viaggio e ballare tanto, magari anche fino a tarda notte in camera d'albergo. E quindi sono magari un po' stanco, sì, forse un leggero mal di testa, qualcosa, però ci si sente bene dopo, quasi, quasi paradossale di nuovo.
Ancora due domande brevi. La prima è in che cosa ti ha aiutato anche nel sostenere le terapie farmacologiche che hai fatto?
Io ho fatto tutte le terapie possibili, ho provato un po' di tutto. Ho fatto chemioterapia, tanta, di quelle anche molto molto pesanti. Ho fatto radioterapie e ho fatto anche immunoterapia. E a me è molto difficile dirlo. Trovo molto interessante quello che diceva stamattina la persona che parlava dei test in Canada che vengono fatti, che addirittura si vede che questi pazienti sono ancora vivi, molti di loro, e inaspettatamente, allora che bisognerebbe quasi fare studi per vedere se allunga la vita in pazienti che sono in palliativo. Io adesso in questo momento sto abbastanza bene, cioè non sono assolutamente guarito né niente, però cioè, il cancro è sempre attivo nel mio corpo, però avevo un 14% di probabilità di sopravvivere, cioè sopravvivere si parla di 5 anni dopo, e questi 5 anni li ho compiuti un mese fa, e devo dire anche abbastanza bene, cioè firmerei per lo stato in cui mi trovo adesso, no?
Bene, grazie. Visto che abbiamo parlato di rinascita per festeggiare questo compleanno con noi, Andrea è appena tornato dal cammino di Santiago e vorrei concludere, se hai voglia. Hai fatto un sogno molto interessante che abbiamo condiviso e se ti va di condividerlo anche con loro e poi di salutarli.
Certo, no, perché ho fatto questo sogno in cui c'era questo serpente arrotolato e che poi mi veniva questa pianta, che però non è un fungo, quindi era la pianta della calendula, che io non conoscevo assolutamente, però quando ho visto Tania ho approfittato di chiedere cosa cosa può darmi. Quindi ho cominciato a farmi qualche tisana di calendula, non si sa mai intanto.
Sì, perché abbiamo fatto un check su PubMed e io ho detto, bah, la calendula tutti la conosciamo come pianta per la pelle, ma se andiamo a vedere nell'ultimo anno soprattutto, ma negli ultimi 2 anni, ci sono tutta una serie di nuove ricerche sugli effetti antitumorali proprio per il cancro al colon di questa pianta. E di qui sospendo il giudizio e ringrazio Andrea per essere stato con noi, lui ha fatto un po' una sua missione di vita, quello di condividere con terapeuti e con le persone la sua esperienza. Per cui grazie ancora per essere stato qui. Grazie. Ciao. So I switch to English. We have to rush. So I'm inviting Dr. Metastasio to the stage. Dr. Metastasio graduated in medicine at the University of Perugia here in Italy. He was trained in psychiatric in Cambridge. Dr. Metastasio has a significant clinical experience in the field of psychiatry and addiction. He has worked both in UK and in Italy. Recently has been applying phenomenology to the study of psychedelic in clinical setting. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all the organizers. Thank you for Tania, for the Associazione Luca Coscioni, because I think this is a very interesting meeting because it brings together science, life, and I would say hope, like, you know, the last speech. And I think this is very important because I think we all need to come together to change things. What I think I put this picture as because I think mushrooms have been always interesting, also in the Western societies. This is a medieval manuscript. And I think in Italy, particularly, we all had somehow an experience with mushrooms. I remember as a child going with my grandfather. I enjoyed going picking mushrooms with him. Then I left for many years, but now I'm going back foraging. But I think for me, it's very interesting that now also we can incorporate that in a treatment. I think the essence of this talk is that we need to observe, we need to be understanding, and we need to see, we need to keep different points of view, because in this picture, we can see we have a molecular structure of psilocybin. So we can see, psilocybin as a molecule working on receptor, doing something, which I think is very, very, very important. And this is what, as a doctor, mainly we do. But also we can see that as mushrooms. This is a picture of Italian mushrooms taken from the internet, and Mr. I think Valletta took it, but at the end we have the acknowledgement. So I think so we can see psilocybin also as a mushroom. I think we should have both perspectives always in mind. And what is phenomenology? To make it short, is this sort of branch between psychiatry and mainly philosophy, that also branch out to psychiatry, where we study the phenomena. So in a way, we observe and we describe the phenomena. The key of that's why I put at the beginning, these two pictures, is the observation, but also observation without judgment. So we need to practice what is in Greek is called the epoche. So somehow we need to observe a phenomenon, being open-minded, and then we need to start describing that and see what we can learn from that. So for a long time, and even now, particularly in the medicine, this new treatment, well, all treatments that are also becoming new in a way, have been seen with a sort of skepticism. And I think we need to, perhaps we don't have to take the final decision, but I think we need to observe them with interest, and we need to think about what we can learn and then integrate in our practice. I think this is very important because basically there is a growing evidence that psilocybin is effective in clinical practice. You know that there are now many clinical trials on depression and anxiety. You know, there's a lot of evidence of that. And I think it's very important to try to understand better what every single individual experiences during the session with the psilocybin or with any other psychedelic, because I think it would be very interesting to be able to describe in a way that is structured, objective, and non-judgmental. That's why we thought to use a structured phenomenological interview to assess and describe different elements that are very important for the experience that we all do in our life and that we all do while we go through this kind of treatments. So what does phenomenological psychopathology do? It assesses the life worlds of mind and of mental disorders. And the life world is the world we which lie by, the original, the obvious, the unquestioned foundation of everyday acting and thinking. We normally live in the common sense world, but we can also live sometimes and we share different frameworks of experience. For instance, fantasy world, dream worlds. We just heard about the dream. And also what I think is very important for this talk is the non-ordinary states of consciousness. And of course, sometimes we also experience the psychopathological worlds. But I think at the moment we want to focus on these non-ordinary states of consciousness. So I think what we want to assess, I think to speed up in a way, is a few elements that are very important. The lived time, lived space, the interpersonal relationship, and the selfness. But we will the self, and we'll talk about in a minute. What is lived time? Lived time is not the clock time. It's not the time passing, but it's the experience, the subjective experience that we have of time. And again, a lot of speakers, a lot of accounts will tell you that during a psychedelic experience, time sometimes slows down, time stops, time doesn't matter, and also what our subjects told us as well. So again, this is very important because our experience gains a lot of significance from the experience of time. And then we have the life space that is the same thing related to space. So we're not talking about the geographical space, but the space that we live, that our body live in. I think this is important. And then there is the lived body. And again, is the personal experience of the body seen from the first person perspective. And if we think about the lived body, there are at least three main dimensions that we need to consider. The self-experience, which is the most primitive, what we're feeling now, what I am feeling now. The objective experience, because somehow we need to also try, we have our own self-experience, but there is also an objective experience that perhaps I have my self-experience of my body, but you are observing me, you are seeing me somehow in a more objective way. And then there is also the experience that other people have. So I think there are these three domains that are very important. The intersubjectivity, now, if we think about human beings, this is perhaps the most important. We, as Aristotle has said, we are a human animal, we are social animals. And somehow it's very important for our reality to see how we relate with others. And intersubjectivity can be defined also how we can grasp the meaning of other people's behaviors and expression. And in general, mainly during our everyday relation, our intersubjectivity is grounded on what is called the pre-reflexive encounters with other people. So when we interact with people, we do that in a sort of unconscious way, in a pre-reflexive way, but we don't say what this person is thinking, what this person is doing, although we do somehow. But then when we start putting that in a more reflexive way, we start thinking more about how, and this is very important to relate with the other people. So I think it's very important to try to understand the emotion, the beliefs that are expressed by the people around us. And then there is the selfhood. So it is the relationship with ourselves that can be pre-reflexive. As I said, when we live, in the most primitive way, every day we do that. But sometimes it can be more reflexive. We can start thinking about ourselves and then start to look more in depth about this experience. Now, this is a very preliminary part of the study. We enrolled first 10 subjects. Now we are enrolling more people, and these people experience psilocybin, some in research settings, some in recreational setting, and some also we said in experiential settings, because not everybody that took psilocybin outside the clinical research setting did it for fun, but they did it because they want to experience something in their life. So what we did, we went to this structured phenomenological interview. We did it online on Zoom, and then for every single individual, we wrote down the description of all these domains that we described before.
You have 5 minutes.
Oh, yes, of course, we're nearly done. We analyzed. So I think what is important is that phenomenological analysis show that psilocybin gives a profound shift in perception, emotional process, and self-awareness. I think we reported some of the most significant description. One subject said that I felt inundated with joy, and another one said I was feeling very confident while letting my emotions flow. So there is this new relationship with emotions and these different feelings. And again, these results are supported by neuroimaging, because we know that psilocybin reduces the amygdala reactivity to negative stimuli and attenuates and relates, to increase and positive mood in healthy participants. So again, this is something that we found, but also with other investigations, I think was found as well. And I think there is, as is well known, an increased interpersonal sensitivity, empathy, connection to the others. People start saying that we're feeling an understanding of existence. And another individual said that I think is very important. I learned the values of others, and that happened during the sessions. And psilocybin also gave to many of them a more openness. There was one individual that said he felt more open and less rigid, and he was able to face problems from different perspectives, which I think is very important, always to be able to shift the setting and see from different point of view and different perspectives. And also, I think some people felt more this ego dissolution that at some point, at first, was seen as something scary, but then I think was seen better, and they found that very helpful. So in a way, there was psilocybin gave this profound experience that definitely will be helpful in many to facilitate many treatment, clearly coupling that with psychotherapy. But I think it's also important that there is an element, for instance, for also the treatment of trauma. So one participant, for instance, described that as relaxed suffering. So he was able to relieve the traumatic experience, but he saw that in a less distressing and less painful way. So we think that using phenomenology for understanding psilocybin is crucial for many reasons. First of all, it gives an insight about the subjective experience and the experience of this non-ordinary state of consciousness, and helps to give a better understanding. Then second, by doing that in a structured way, we can that can help to identify what are the therapeutic elements of this psychedelic experience, because that will give us a lot of clue that then can be used later in integration and in therapy. And what I think is important that while phenomenology has been used many times for describing the non-ordinary state of consciousness and the psychedelic experience, I think most of them were mainly qualitative. We use the semi-structured way that so will give us a more uniform description of the event. And we want that, you know, in a way that will help to bridge this gap between this experience and the clinical practice, and how a lot of clinicians, you know, psychiatrists, psychologists, but also all kind of clinicians, because probably with the widespreading of these treatments, then clearly also oncologists and other medical profession and other profession probably will be more included in this kind of treatments to have a better understanding and use that in their clinical practice. So this paper has been just recently submitted. Hopefully it will be published very soon. And you know, if you want to have more information, or if you want to read all the accounts, because it is quite long documents, you know, you're more than welcome to send me an email, and I will email it to you. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Antonio. Okay, so I invite to the stage an Italian group, Filippo Bosco, Bruno Neri, and Letizia Renzini. Please come to the stage. Probably everyone know Filippo Bosco, who is the heart of the Italian Society of Medicinal Mushroom. He's a medical doctor and anesthesiologist, and he is specialized in medicinal mushroom and acupuncture. Bruno Neri graduated with honors in electronic engineer at the University of Pisa in 1980, but in 2018, he began to study the effects of meditation on the brain activity of monks hosted in the retreat area of the Tibetan monastery of Seraje in India. And finally, Letizia, where is she? She's there. She's a director, musician, and she's the artist part of the group. And she works as a stage director and creator in new music theater, performing arts, installation, and electronic music. So please, Bruno, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you to the organizing committee of this conference, and thank you. A special thanks to Luca Coscioni Association for the contribution which has been given to this session. Then my presentation will be in Italian, and the slide will be in English. So I switch directly in Italian. Ok. Innanzitutto una premessa, come ha appena detto Tania, io sostanzialmente non dovrei entrarci niente con questo ambiente, perché sono un ingegnere elettronico, insegno elettronica all'Università di Pisa da diversi anni. Ma negli ultimi anni ho cominciato a interessarmi di queste cose, anche se la mia presenza in un contesto come questo potrebbe non apparire, come dire, opportuna, però penso che un po' di contaminazione non faccia male. Bene, entriamo nel vivo del discorso. Io parlerò per una decina di minuti, poi passerò la parola al dottor Bosco, che introdurrà l'ultima parte del nostro lavoro, che è di tipo, come dire, esperienziale, nel senso che si tratta di una trasposizione in termini artistici di un messaggio che vorremmo lanciare a tutta l'audience e non solo. Dunque, innanzitutto permettetemi una premessa. Ho apprezzato la scelta fatta dal relatore che mi ha preceduto di non definire come stati alterati di coscienza quegli stati che di fatto sono stati non ordinari di coscienza, se chiamiamo con uno stato ordinario, definiamo come stato ordinario quello della veglia vigile. Gli stati di coscienza diversi da quello ordinario sono diversi, sono parecchi. Usare il termine altered, alterati, non sembra essere il modo migliore, secondo me, per andare nella direzione in cui si sta cercando di andare per quanto riguarda l'uso di alcuni psichedelici. Una persona alterata non è mai un complimento, una persona non ordinaria invece è una persona, come dire, eccezionale. Quindi il mio suggerimento sarebbe modestissimo di passare a un modo diverso di descrivere questi stati di coscienza. Qui c'è un elenco di questi stati, il tempo che abbiamo a disposizione non è tanto, quindi io andrò un po' velocemente, tanto le slide rimangono a disposizione. Ecco, ho evidenziato i due stati che interessano questa mia presentazione, i quali, mentre fino a un po' di anni fa potevano essere considerati come antitetici, nel senso che un po' esaltato l'uno, la meditazione, come una forma di spiritualità superiore, e invece demonizzato l'altro, come l'uso di sostanze che appunto alterano la mente, adesso stranamente si sta individuando, si sta delineando una inaspettata convergenza, perlomeno per quanto riguarda alcuni aspetti, alcuni effetti. La fenomenologia è stata trattata nella precedente presentazione, quindi io non vado a fondo sulla questione. La neurofenomenologia in cosa consiste? È una idea lanciata da Francisco Varela, purtroppo scomparso prematuramente, che consiste nell'associare, nell'accoppiare all'analisi in terza persona, quella oggettiva, quella fatta con gli strumenti sostanzialmente, che poi si riconduce ad assegnare dei numeri, a dare una descrizione, come dire, quantitativa di certi fenomeni, associare a questa lo studio con metodi più rigorosi possibili di quella che è l'esperienza soggettiva, e per questo bisogna appunto mettere appunto degli strumenti che consentono a questo tipo di analisi di avere la stessa forma di rigore che di norma viene utilizzato nelle scienze cosiddette hard, nelle scienze dure. All'Università di Pisa da diversi anni stiamo come dire, utilizzando questo approccio su un iniziale suggerimento da parte del Dalai Lama a lasciare delle collaborazioni, un suggerimento volto all'ambiente del buddismo tibetano, da lasciare relazioni con ambienti scientifici. In particolare vicino Pisa c'è l'Istituto L'Amazon Kappa, che è uno dei centri più importanti del buddismo tibetano in Occidente, e quindi noi lavoriamo con loro da alcuni anni e abbiamo messo in piedi diverse iniziative. Quella di cui vi parlerò brevemente adesso è la collaborazione con l'Università Monastica Tibetana di Seragé in India, dove ho passato, ecco qua per darvi un'idea di che cosa significa frequentare, vivere in un ambiente come questo. È una comunità di monaci, sono 3.000, sono quelli di Seragé, 1.500 di loro studiano in un percorso per diventare geshe. Geshe equivale un po' al titolo di l'equivalente di un super PhD in filosofia buddista, e il percorso dura 19 anni. Dentro l'università c'è il monastero, dentro il monastero c'è un'area di ritiro, dove stanno dei geshe in genere, o anche dei monaci semplici, da anni in ritiro, meditando 8 ore al giorno. Questi due che vedete, quando li ho incontrati io nel 2018, avevano uno 7 e l'altro 4 anni di esperienza in ritiro, ma ho incontrato gente che stava in ritiro da anche 10-12 anni. Beh, trasmetto un po', ecco, la sensazione di questo ambiente con qualche rapido scatto fotografico. Questi sono i due direttori dello Science Center, perché all'Università di Seragé in India, perché quella in Tibet originale è stata rasa al suolo, come purtroppo sappiamo. Questi sono due dei past director dello Science Center. Abbiamo analizzato due tipi di meditazione che sono abbastanza, come dire, diversi tra di loro. Sono due forme tipiche della meditazione nell'ambito del buddismo tibetano. Quella concentrativa, detta in tibetano shinè o calmo dimorare, che consiste nel focalizzare l'attenzione su un oggetto che in genere è un oggetto che non genera né attrazione né avversione, in modo da calmare la mente, e piano piano sospendere quello che è il pensiero concettuale, il chiacchiericcio che tutti abbiamo nella mente. Quindi meditare significa proprio l'opposto di quello che la gente comune, diciamo, immagina qualcuno che si concentra e si mette a pensare su qualcosa. No, il primo stadio è quello di sospendere. Bene, in questo stadio ci sono diversi livelli di profondità. Alla fine si arriva a quella che viene chiamata sciamata, che è una forma di consapevolezza priva di contenuti, che per noi è una cosa molto strana, perché di norma pensiamo di essere consapevoli e consapevoli di qualcosa. Ecco, loro ci dicono che non è così. La forma più alta, anzi, di autocoscienza è questa coscienza priva di contenuti. L'altra meditazione è una meditazione analitica che è preceduta da qualche minuto di meditazione concentrativa per calmare la mente, dopodiché la mente viene focalizzata su un oggetto, un argomento dell'insegnamento del Dharma, come lo chiamano loro, qualche aspetto filosofico particolarmente complesso, come può essere il concetto di vacuità, generare la compassione, il lamrim, cioè il sentiero graduale e via dicendo. Quindi il pensiero concettuale in questo secondo tipo di meditazione rimane attivo. Bene, per andare qualche scatto così che non commento nemmeno. 13 anni in ritiro quando ho misurato questo Geshe Kompo. Ecco, vediamo subito due risultati per darvi un'idea. Dunque, a questi due diversi stati, diciamo, di coscienza che vengono riferiti e descritti dai soggetti che li praticano, abbiamo trovato che corrispondono dei correlati neuronali molto diversi. Questa qui, la misura che abbiamo utilizzato è l'elettroencefalogramma, che essendo portatile si può appunto applicare dappertutto. Altri sistemi come l'fMRI invece richiedono macchine che non sono trasportabili, quindi io sono andato in giro per i monasteri tibetani con uno zaino, con l'elettroencefalografo portatile in giro a incontrare questi volontari veramente eccezionali che non potete incontrare all'angolo della strada. Ecco, cosa è questo qui? Questo è quello che si chiama uno spettro di potenza e ciascuna di queste curve, vedete ce ne sono diverse di diverso colore, descrive come viene distribuita, come è distribuita l'energia nell'attività cerebrale, delle onde cerebrali, in funzione della frequenza. Sull'asse delle ascisse, sull'asse orizzontale ci sono le frequenze e sull'asse verticale l'intensità. Ecco, guardiamo per esempio la curva blu. La curva blu ci dice che c'è un picco, dove c'è scritto alfa 1 peak, vedete? C'è un picco, in quel punto significa che intorno a quella frequenza, sono le onde alfa queste, siamo intorno ai 9 Hz, c'è una concentrazione di energia. La potenza del segnale elettrico che si misura sul cervello è concentrata intorno a questa frequenza e poi via via quando si va su in frequenza sempre di meno, più debole la concentrazione. Si dovrebbe usare il termine densità di potenza in realtà. Bene, e le altre curve cosa sono? Sono l'evoluzione di questa distribuzione. Quella blu è la cosiddetta basale, misurata prima che la meditazione inizi. Poi via via, ogni 5 minuti c'è una curva di colore diverso. Vedete come si passa dal blu al verde, al giallo e poi al rosso. Il rosso è il culmine dello stato meditativo, quello più profondo, e guardate come la curva rossa e la curva blu sono molto, molto diverse, molto differenti. E questo indica appunto che c'è qualcosa di diverso. Non sappiamo esattamente quale sia poi la relazione, perché la conoscenza è ancora, diciamo, incompleta, molto incompleta direi. Però ecco, qualcosa succede che è certamente diverso e che può essere ripetuto. Tra l'altro abbiamo esaminato una quarantina di soggetti. Se lo confrontiamo con quello che accade su un meditatore con la stessa esperienza, cioè oltre 10 anni di ritiro, rispetto a quello di prima, impegnato in una meditazione analitica, vedete che il blu, il rosso, il verde, il giallo, tutte le curve sono sovrapposte. Quindi sostanzialmente dal punto di vista dei correlati neuronali che noi abbiamo misurato, gli unici che abbiamo misurato, non si osserva una evidente modifica della distribuzione della potenza delle onde cerebrali. Questo ci può indurre a una, diciamo, conclusione, se volete, un po' preliminare, ma che sembra evidenziarsi abbastanza bene, che lo stato di meditazione concentrativa profonda, dal punto di vista dei correlati neuronali, può probabilmente, come dire, aspirare al riconoscimento di uno stato non ordinario di coscienza, perché i correlati sono abbastanza chiaramente differenti. Mentre nel caso della meditazione analitica, in cui sostanzialmente si tratta di esercitare una forma normale di uso che facciamo della mente, seppure in una situazione in cui abbiamo eliminato il rumore, concentrato la mente, purificato una serie di disturbi, ecco, sembra dal punto di vista dei correlati neuronali che non comporti una differenza significativa. Bene, perché ho iniziato a parlare che c'entra la meditazione? Perché la meditazione e gli effetti di alcuni psichedelici, in particolare della psilocibina, negli ultimi anni è emersa una significativa convergenza. Ci sono tante differenze, ma ci sono anche alcune convergenze. Vi segnalo un paio di lavori che chi vuole può utilizzare per approfondire. Sono lavori molto citati in letteratura. Questo qui riguarda un confronto tra gli effetti, appunto parla di neurofenomenologia, quindi vengono confrontati sia gli effetti osservati dal punto di vista dell'esperienza soggettiva insieme a quelli misurati da un punto di vista oggettivo. Tra le contemplative neuroscience, quindi con sostanzialmente la meditazione, e l'effetto degli psichedelici. Si osservano alcune convergenze, ne indico un paio, quelle un po' più diciamo, evidenti. Quella che viene chiamata normalmente la dissoluzione del sé, che io preferirei chiamare la dissoluzione dei confini del sé, perché non sembra che il sé si annulli, ma piuttosto che si espanda, ecco, che venga meno quella separazione tra il sé e ciò che c'è fuori dal sé. Un altro, sia nel caso della meditazione, sia nel caso dell'uso degli psichedelici, come abbiamo visto, questo effetto viene osservato e riferito da chi le pratica. L'incontro, per esempio, con delle entità, in qualche modo personificate. Nelle meditazioni tantriche questo è molto frequente e addirittura è una cosa che si ripete con puntualità, come se avesse un appuntamento col meditatore. Nell'uso degli psichedelici, anche in quel caso, l'incontro con persone, spesso persone defunte o altre entità, è una cosa che viene frequentemente riportata. Andiamo avanti. Ecco, qualche anno fa incontrare un titolo di questo tipo su una rivista scientifica accreditata sarebbe stato quasi impensabile. Adesso ce ne diversi di articoli sull'incontro con Dio, intendendo con Dio cosa si intende con Dio. Qui per esempio questo riguarda uno studio comparativo tra persone diciamo che praticano una religione e persone invece che non la praticano. Ecco, le prime parlano di Dio nell'incontro con questa entità, gli altri usano il termine di entità superiore, realtà superiore, unità dell'universo, eccetera, eccetera. Però il concetto è lo stesso, la percezione di essere in contatto con. Bene, è un'altra cosa che è, diciamo così, comune all'uso di alcuni psichedelici, in particolare della psilocibina, ma che è comune anche alla meditazione profonda. Ci sono alcune meditazioni tibetane che vanno alla radice del rapporto mente-corpo e simulano quello che è considerato il processo di distacco della coscienza dal corpo al momento della morte. E questo porta ad una confidenza in vita con questo momento, che è un momento come un altro dell'esistenza nella visione tibetana. Ma la stessa cosa accade per chi ha vissuto, per buona parte delle persone che hanno vissuto delle esperienze di premorte. Anche in quel caso il ritorno da questa esperienza si porta dietro questa diluizione della paura di morire che poi rimane stabile, come rimangono stabili alcuni effetti della psilocibina. Bene, ecco, a questo punto io mi fermo e lascio la parola al dottor Bosco che trarrà qualche conclusione e introdurrà all'ultima parte del nostro lavoro che è di tipo, come vi dicevo prima, puramente esperienziale.
Bene, grazie Bruno. Quindi sarebbe estremamente interessante poter utilizzare un approccio neurofenomenologico alla ricerca sulla psilocibina, come è già stato fatto con la meditazione. Ma attualmente, come sappiamo, la psilocibina non è riconosciuta come farmaco approvato per uso terapeutico nella maggior parte dei paesi, tra cui l'Italia. La psilocibina è classificata come sostanza narcotica, psicotropa e fa parte purtroppo della tabella 1 delle sostanze chimiche. Il che significa che è considerata ad alto rischio di abuso e non è riconosciuta per usi terapeutici. Il suo uso illegale, al di fuori dei contesti di ricerca, che tuttavia devono ottenere un'autorizzazione ministeriale, il cui processo è particolarmente complesso e richiede requisiti molto impegnativi e restrittivi. Quindi diciamo che nell'attesa che il quadro in continua e rapida evoluzione, e questo ce l'auguriamo, cambi, in particolare per quelle sostanze il cui utilizzo, come abbiamo visto già dalle precedenti relazioni, vanta una tradizione secolare, abbiamo pensato noi di affidare il nostro messaggio ad una trascrizione artistica contenuta in un audio video. Ciò con l'obiettivo di trasmettere alcune suggestioni che richiamino la combinazione dell'esperienza in prima persona con tecniche oggettive di misurazione e di monitoraggio. L'opera è stata realizzata da Letizia Renzini e contiene il racconto in prima persona di un viaggio immaginario, ma rigorosamente ancorato alla letteratura scientifica e frutto di racconti, di esperienze reali raccolte in un ambiente controllato. Darei il via al filmato. Grazie.
Just a few seconds. We are not listening.
Lasciare andare. Non esiste paura. Io mi sono vista da fuori. E rinascere.
Brava Letizia. Thank you so much, Letizia. Please stand up. Okay. Thank you. Woo! Okay, we have to come back. So I ask kindly to Alessandro Chiolerio. Okay, Alessandro is a scientist. He received his PhD at the physics department at the Polytechnic of Turin. He worked as a visiting researcher at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory in 2015 at the Max Planck Institute. His current interest is the study of cybernetic systems, particularly those that can be described through holographic analogies, such as liquid and living systems. So please, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So as Bruno said, I also shouldn't be here, but I think it's really a pleasure. And therefore, I also would like to ask for your attention to maybe focus on something which is more technical rather than experiential. And I'm going to show you. No, I'm not. While we are waiting for the slides, I will entertain you with the meaning of this presentation. So why should we study fungi, mushrooms, for the study of cybernetic systems? And which are the experiments that we have done so far in this field?
No.
It's coming? But you don't... okay.
Yes.
It's broken. Okay. Anyway, let's focus on the game of Go. Maybe somebody of you knows that. That concept is the fact that we can describe a very complicated game using two simple rules. So the idea is that we can embed complexity into a very tiny algorithm. This is what we do every day with computing devices. Okay? Complexity arises even out of very simple instructions. There is another paradigm which is used in computer science, which is called in materia or embodied intelligence, which is that the botanists use, for example, to describe why the plants are sentient organisms. Why do they have self-consciousness, which they do have. The idea is that even in the structure of a very complex organism, we can have fluxes and inter-exchanges of information that let consciousness arise. So the goal of studying complex systems, like in my case, cybernetic systems, or living biological systems, is that of assessing this paradigm and seeing how far we can go. Why? Because technologically speaking, the era of silicon has ended. Silicon is something which is literally written and never erased. So when you buy a computer device, the processing unit has been literally written in the stone, okay? So with just a few exceptions, you cannot change the address, the architecture, so said, which is embedded in the silicon. And also you have problems with the raw materials, okay? So nowadays in Europe, we are facing a complex situation and we want to get rid of the dependency from Asia for the supply of computing devices, which are fundamental for us, by the way. The brain is something which has a property, our brain, biological brain, which is plasticity. So in principle, all the connections which are there can be rerouted by experience, for example, at any age. This is possible, okay? So we are learning how to mimic this kind of plasticity using particular materials. Liquids. Liquids don't have any defined structure. They are intrinsically amorphous, and we can tune their interconnection degrees by using just simple potentials or electrical stimuli. Yet, the liquids are able to store information and to perform computations. For me, the liquid is a synthetic system, okay? So it's a framework. It's something that I can tune, I can play in the lab. Of course, biological and living organisms are much more to play with. You see, this is a dendrite. It's like a fossil, okay? Nature created this structure after probably some 100 millions of years of diffusion, limited aggregation. This is the physical principle that creates this wonderful structure that resembles a plant, actually, okay? The dendritic structure. We are able to create, destroy, and recreate again structures like that in the lab with the aim of exploring new computation paradigms. Not only liquid in the sense of aggregation are plastic. We can also describe liquid machines, for example, studying the ant colonies, the immune system, and of course, the neural networks, because all of those are plastic and adapt to the changing conditions of the environment. Also fungi. Fungi typically hidden, emerge certain times, and interact with the environment to condense water, like in this case, and to extract useful minerals or proteins or chemicals from cellulose. We might even imagine that the droplets on the surface of fungi are like lenses that can condense the light and provide them some sort of perception of the outer world. We did some experiments using a let's say, a technique that Bruno has already shown, but is specifically for the plants and the fungi. Okay, so we measure the electrostatic potentials with a specific time domain and analyze those spectrograms in terms of stimuli. So when the stimulus is given, for example, by a pressure, we touch the fungi, or by light, we can track back what's going on inside the organism. You see the colony of Pleurotus in this case. We simply use electromyographic needles to collect the so-called electron. We then analyze using some sort of complex mathematics to extract information from these noisy wave patterns, collecting data about, for example, the position of peaks, the amplitude of peaks, the frequency of peaks, generating barcodes, which ultimately are more or less like a language of the fungi. And analyzing the complexity of this language, we can even compare this with the language spoken. No? For example, we saw that in the case of some fungi, complexity is really similar to that of English and Russian. In some other cases, is approximately the double. So they have probably a way amount of words, let's say, different words that used to communicate. We did experiments. For example, this is using hydrocortisone on a mycelium colonized and connected to the electrodes. So hydrocortisone has the effect of anesthetizing living organisms. And it happens also to the fungi. So as a counterproof, by measuring the patterns of the electrome of that fungi, we could see how at a certain point that one stopped literally spiking. And after a certain amount of time, he was able to recover perfectly the functionality. So we might say that this is also conscious, according to the definition of certain anesthesiologists. Other experiments we did with the Ganoderma resinaceum is a sort of sensing skin. So actually this material can be adapted also to clothes. This is an idea which is closer to engineering a living device. And we studied how the potential, the electron, is influenced by pressure applied on this surface or by switching on and off a light. Okay, you see very clearly that when you switch on a light, the potential increases with a specific dynamics and then decreases when you switch it off. This could be used also, for example, in smart buildings, smart devices. Other experiments we did, interspecies communication. So the idea is that we have a group of people like you in a room, Ganoderma and a plant which is very common. We measure with a specific frequency of 20 Hertz the potentials of the two organisms, and we see what happens. So you have 4 curves here, fungi, plant, fungi, plant. We can also compute the difference between the two, okay? So you see the fungi above and the plant below. They have specific reactions to what's going on in the room, triggered by the human beings. Their timing is almost perfectly synchronized, but not perfectly. So probably it means that the delay between the stimulus and the response of the plant and the fungi is not the same. Some physiological differences are there. And also if we plot the histogram of the peaks, we see, for example, that the plant consumes more energy. So the peaks have a higher amplitude and the distribution is much broader. While the Ganoderma, which by the way has a multimodal distribution, is more energy efficient, so has lower amplitudes in his own oscillations. It's also important to say that they are much slower than us. So their typical phenomena occur in hundreds of times the same time that we require for the spectra that Bruno showed you before. Another interesting thing, this is something that I really would like to explain in a physical way, maybe with your help. When the people is asked to emit a sort of love-like feeling for all the beings, exactly when the blue arrow is centered there, after a few seconds, both the plant and the fungus show some change in their oscillations. It means that they are aware of this. But yet, what is the communication channel? How can they be aware of this? How can they somehow transduce this meditation? Another thing is anger. This is even more clear. At a certain point during the experiments, the person became angry, visibly, with the louder voice. And you see that there is a response, which by the way is also repeatable, both the plant and the fungi. Each one has a different response. So in one case, it looks like a Gaussian. In the other case, it looks like an heaviside function, but repeatable and clear, sharp. Another experiment we did, it was using a nebulizer. So inside the nebulizer, instead of water, we put an essence of incense. Incense is used to calm down, even in some probably Latin American cultures. It is associated to quietness, to sleep, to meditation. And both the plant and the fungus, you see, slowed down their oscillations and the amplitude decreased a lot. So if you make the Fourier transform, likewise Bruno showed before, you see there are some peaks with a certain amplitude before, and after this essence is nebulized in the environment, the amplitude is going down by 10 to 100 folds, and the structure of the peaks has changed. It means that several processes are not there anymore. So it affects also other organisms, not only us. The last part, which for me is the most interesting, is about the Pavlovian learning. So I think you know about this experiment, no? So you provide the food, the dog starts to salivate. If you associate the food with a light or a bell that is ringing, then the dog understands in a conditioned way that when the bell is ringing, the food is coming and starts to salivate. We do this experiment on synthetic materials, okay? So the idea is that we have to replicate the neural structure of this very simple experiment, and we need at least 2 neurons. Our neurons are 2 vials containing synthetic colloids, liquids. One is S1 is submitted to a stimulus, an electrical stimulus. S2 is measured. If there is a copper wire that connects the two, it's quite obvious. I provide the stimulus to S1 and I measure a conditioning on S2. Then I remove the wire. What do you expect to happen? No conditioning should be there because there is no physical connection. Actually, the conditioning was there. So we started to perform more in-depth experiments with collecting huge amount of data and using, let's say, totally electromagnetically shielded holders for the samples. And at the end of the story, we come out with something that resembles a sort of phase correlation in the quantum sense. So what makes me think, and what I ask you also to think about, is that in the liquids, the solvent is water. Living organisms are mainly composed by water. So if this effect proves true, I mean by other research groups that should confirm this or not, the same correlation should be there between the living organisms. Correlation is something that goes beyond space and time, particularly space. So if the 2 vials are kept separated, let's say I put one at 10-meter distance from the other, and I give the stimulus to one and I measure the other, they talk. It's not like they talk, they are twin. So what happens to one is felt by the other. Similarly, I would expect such kind of effects can be found also in the living organisms. And this is the last part, the experiment which was done using, actually it's a colloidal suspension of fungi, which were floating in their nutrients plus water. And one vial was given a stimulus, very tiny, 10 millivolts, so nothing big enough to kill or to strongly affect the fungi. And the other was measured. What do we measure, by the way? We measure the impedance, so the response of this colloidal suspension to the microwaves, up to 6 gigahertz. So we use extremely fast tools, instrumentation. And what happens is that they were kept at in different locations, different cities, actually, okay? But they were generated during the same synthesis. So the same fungus was put into the liquid environment with the nutrients, then split into 2 vials. One was brought into another city. One was stimulized, and the other one was characterized. And there was always a visible difference with the statistical relevance between the 2 curves when the stimulus was given or the stimulus was false, like 0. So this is something that should be further explored. And with that, I conclude my presentation, leaving you some open questions. First of all, how far we can go with the immaterial intelligence, which is, I suppose, the paradigm that is applicable also to the mushrooms? Second, how can they perceive emotions? So that was not published, but the experiments are clear to me. There is some sort of transduction mechanism. And the last question, which is perhaps the most relevant, is there this kind of quantum correlation also between us, like living organisms? Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. I'm sorry, we have no time for question, and so we are a little bit late. So I ask kindly to the next speaker. Where is he? Please, we are waiting for you.
Thank you very much. It's all part of the program. We now switch to a more experience-oriented part. Where may I talk?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Now you have suffered already so many hours of fascinating presentations with a whole overload of information. What does that mean in the sense of psilocybin? That we have a hyperactivity in the default network mode, which is exactly the opposite of the basis of a psilocybin experience or a mystical experience. So for the first part, some of you will remember that we started similar in the last conference. I would invite you to experience these two essential parts of a mystical experience, what we know through neurology. The one is the download, the down-regulating of the default network mode, and the second one is the functional hyperconnectivity. So for this, that you experience that you're more connected than you're normally connected, I would like you to get up for a moment. See, this is what we have to do when we go into this different experience. We have to move. And the most easy thing for hyperconnection, because do you feel your feet now as you got up? Yes, suddenly you feel your feet, upper and lower body, and you connect this. Paul will know all about this. Thank you very much. By breathing in, raising your hands, and breathing out, and lowering your feet. Go a little bit into the knees. And breathe up and rise again. Up. Here you feel the focus in the middle that connects both body parts. And you feel that all the information you have heard is becoming less and less relevant. That's the starting of the psilocybin experience. Now, dissolve all the unnecessary information you no longer need. Self-organize. It's called the clouds, left and right, and up and down. And don't forget your feet. You already forgot your feet again. But they are not connected anymore. So don't take psilocybin yet. Listen to me and move up and down. And now I'll show you the troubles I know as an autist with functional hyperconnectivity. The easy way to connect them both forward. As you breathe out, you give out. As you breathe in, you take in. And this is what we want to feel in the psilocybin most of the time. But then you connect yourself better. There's often a unity of opposites we try to achieve, and now one hand breathe out, goes forward, and one hand goes back. So this unity of opposite, the paradox, the sixth dimension of the mystical experience, one hand goes forward, one hand goes back. And this makes the symbolic part of the brain check out, and that we don't stay confused. We connect. And now you really remember, because the mouth allows you to release more. We talk about dying in a few seconds. And I want to give you the chance that you can experience as a great release instead of a great step. Not, I can't even say it so catastrophic, but it's without much. And now focus. You have three brains. One is in the heart for the emotion. One third eye. One your touch. You feel it in your. Now shaking is one of the most important. You try too much, so you have to let go again. And do it now. Please start and enjoy the rest of the performance. Take your time. So this is what is happening. This letting go of your mind, of being in the abstract, disconnecting of the whole body. And Heavenly Prospects is the name. So I wanted to give you this slight experience of heaven right at the beginning, that we know what we're talking about. My name is Dr. Lucas Pavlik. I studied a wild mix of philosophy of science and anthropology and medicine. And I came to this topic because I had a near-death experience about 2016. And after this, I noticed the similarity to my first mushroom trip, 1993. So in this first trip, I was advised by Professor Manfred Kremser, who is an expert for indigenous rituals and later became the president of the Society for Parapsychology. And during this near-death experience, I realized, just as you're feeling now, maybe if you have been influenced also by what you have heard before, this feeling of overwhelming love and this feeling of overwhelming light, which connected both experiences. So I contacted Roland Griffiths, and he helped me restart my study of psilocybin and mystical experiences. And as I'm a cyberneticist who does what he says while he's doing it, that means controlling communication of the organism. I also make all my presentations in that manner, and I will have more slides than we can get through. And this is on purpose as well, because that's the most important difference. What I want to give you, that you can bond about it, can meditate about it, between natural mystical experience that happens spontaneously and psilocybin or psychedelic induced experience, that in the psychedelic induced experience, we know when it starts, we know when it ends, we know sort of how it goes. But in the spontaneous, natural mystical experience, we don't know when it happens, like a near-death experience. And yes. And if you now wonder what he's talking about, if you understand that you don't understand, then you understand what I'm talking about, ineffability. The knowing physically and mentally that you don't know what is going on right now, and the knowing that what is happening right now is beyond words. It's not structured in a narrative that a default network mode would do. And Albert Einstein was one of those who really put it best when he said the most beautiful thing we can experience is the mystical. It is this basic feeling that stands at the cradle of true art. And he who does not know it can no longer wonder, can no longer marvel, is so to speak dead. And his eyes are extinguished. So this, what we heard before, dying and coming to life again, this is the essence of a mystical experience where everything happens at once. And if I can take you a step from, okay, now we have relaxed, to the Albert Einstein mode, you know, where the default network mode is realizing there's more going on than I can understand. There's more going on than I can control. Then you have a higher understanding of the mystical experience, because you're no longer waiting for something happy to happen and think, oh, something bad is happening, then it's a problem. But whatever happens, you can integrate it because you feel part of a larger process. And in between, I also invite you, then you remember the definition of the word mysticism. You can always close your eyes and close your mouth, because this physical expression of ineffability is the closing of the mouth, of the eyes, what you cannot grasp.
5 minutes. You got 5 minutes.
Yes, and you see exactly what I told you. And this is how you feel in a spontaneous mystical experience. And this is the big chance that whenever everyone who goes out and says, no, that was not how it should be, that's not a proper lecture. Everyone who thinks that can go home with the thought that this is where you can help most of the people in the world who have a spontaneous mystical experience, have, for example, a near-death experience or after-death communication, and they try to make sense of it. You can help them by relating to what you've heard and by talking what you haven't understood. Well, what you haven't understood is always the beginning of a new understanding. So when we see the neurological perspective of what I'm talking now, you see the hyperconnectivity in the psilocybin. And this is called a very similar state in near-death experiences, terminal lucidity, when the whole brain reconnects again. We have a very similar process. And so when I had this near-death experience, and I remembered, oh, that's so similar to my psilocybin grip. So of course, I started to check out Roland Griffith's notes, and something that is really important, you get the essence of the first experiment on psilocybin in Rick Doblin's 1991 review, more than 25 years later. He collected the participants and showed that the mystical experience, the feeling of being one, the changing of life attitude was even stronger after 25 years. So, and
We will not have the time for any question. Discussion can continue after. We need to move to the talks that we're supposed to receive online. Okay. You're done.
Yes. Are there any questions?
No, no time.
No.
You gotta move on.
I'm still a mystical experience.
Yeah.
I still don't play by the rules, and with that, but with a good attitude. Thank you very much.
The next person is Eva Cole. This person is in Canada right now. It's an online that is coming to us. Let us go ahead and watch it.
Okay, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, excellent, excellent. Okay. Thank you very much. Grazie per tutti per l'invito per questa presentazione, un argomento speciale per me. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm a neurologist from Canada, and I'm going to be talking today about some of the therapeutic potential of psilocybin in the context of neurologic disorders, specifically focusing on a particular disorder, which is my area of research. Just some disclosures for me. I'm not financially supported by any psychedelic companies at this moment, and I work at my clinic here in North Toronto Neurology in Canada. And a bit of background for me as well. So I received my training in Canada and the US as a pediatric neurologist and epilepsy specialist. My focus of interest is functional neurological disorders, functional seizures, specifically epilepsy. And my work in cannabis and psychedelics has extended over the last decade or so. I built a ketamine-assisted therapy program in Toronto and have treated over about 50 adolescents and adults using ketamine-assisted therapy for neurologic disorders. In terms of psilocybin, I'm going to be speaking as they relate to the broader context and general effects of psychedelics, as you'll see. So kind of the things I want to touch on today is really framing the use of psychedelics within neurology, looking at the mechanism of psilocybin on the brain, exploring the potential that we have in the area of neurology, and how we can use ketamine as a clinical analog to bear out some of these ideas that we have in neurology where psychedelics may have use. So we frame the clinical knowledge landscape right now, psychedelics and within neurology. We always have to think of what our approach is. What are we getting at? Neurologic disease is very complex. A lot of it is chronic and degenerative. You don't have very good treatments for these things. So there's a variety of different perspectives we can take. One that is already here and already utilized is the supportive treatment perspective, which translates that secondary burden of mental health disease we get in neurology. So all the data we have on depression and PTSD, et cetera, can certainly be applied to neurology. So I'm not really going to touch on that today because we already have that. We're already doing that in a lot of conditions. I want to be a bit more focused on some of the fundamental neurologic disorders that we might be able to tackle next. So as an example, you see this already in the literature, as I just mentioned, when we look at the context of ALS, we know that, this paper here published last year indicates that any kind of related psychiatric and existential distress in the context of things like ALS, and we can extrapolate that to Parkinson's disease, Alzheimer's disease, other neurodegenerative disorders, that clearly has a role for psychedelics. What is really being explored, though, is at the molecular level, can we modify these diseases? Is that something that we can do? And that's really on the horizon, but it's such a foundational level right now. We don't have a lot of interesting data to discuss there. And being a clinical neurologist, it's not very much my area. So this is much more in the area of the pre-clinicians now. And so when we look at this in the context of psychedelic action, which I just mentioned, this level, well, it starts at the molecular, scales to the network, and then has a psychological effect. This is kind of the framework you can understand that psychedelics work. So the psychological I spoke about, that we're already kind of here in the context of neurologic disease. The molecular is being worked out. These are the examples I just said. And my interest really lies in the network alterations that we see. So that kind of in between. And what diseases in neurology fall into this category? And perhaps can we modify these diseases via this level of psychedelic action? So that's the framework I want to get everybody's minds into as I go forward to show you the examples and the discussion we're going to have today. With that, we have to take a sidestep and understand the mechanism. I'm going to go, breeze through this in the interest of time. It's not. This is a whole day in and of itself to really talk about that. But I'm going to start at the molecular level. This is that level 1. Psilocybin is a pro drug or pro chemical. Breaks down into psilocin in the body, and then has specific action at 5-HT2A, so the serotonin 2A receptor. There are some other mechanisms at play. This is the predominant one, and this perhaps is what gives psilocybin and the other classic psychedelics its kind of special features. So what we have is we have action at the 5-HT2A receptor, which downstream causes two major things. It causes the expression of neurotrophic factors in the brain, which allow neuronal growth. And it also releases glutamate and dopamine downstream as well that has action on other receptors. So again, not going to go deep into this. This may have already been done today, but that molecular action scales upwards. And then we have to ask, well, what is it really doing? So as we kind of zoom out and see what it's doing, this is where we get those network effects. What are networks? Very, very briefly, functional brain networks in our brain are interconnected areas, specific interconnected areas within the brain that subserve functions. And together, as they work together, give us our experience of perception. So the speaker just before me was talking about certain kind of brain states that you can access under certain conditions. And these are the interactions of networks and that exist in our brain. So brain networks give us the experience that we have of perception. We can say that's a kind of a very simplified way of looking at it. So these brain networks are really important. They're important to remain they're important to remain stable in order to give us our perception. What happens if they break down? Well, this is what we see in the context of psychedelics. So this is this famous paper in the area of neurology and psilocybin from 2014, which used fMRI data in a placebo and a psilocybin-induced group. And what did it show? Well, this is a representation, very oversimplified, but a really neat representation of brain networks. So the same colors are kind of the same brain network, and the different colors represent different brain networks. So you can see under normal conditions, we have very strong connections within brain networks. So intra-network connections are strong. Inter-network connections are there, and they're there in a kind of well-distributed fashion. Under the influence of psilocybin, we get relative weakening of the connections within the brain networks, but this huge explosion of inter-network connections. So what we have is we have this increased integration of the brain globally. We see this now 10 years later in a really recent study that was published, the same kind of idea using a different type of functional imaging approach. We're seeing this increased global integration within the brain by desynchronizing networks, or in a sense, having these networks become more interconnected with each other. So largely what we can say, again, in quite an oversimplified manner, is what we're seeing through decades of research is this ability for the brain to become more interconnected under the influence of psychedelics, which translates to more randomness. More randomness means we can switch between brain states more flexibly. And if you can do that, then what we can do is maybe look at some disease states where the fundamental problem is the inability to move between different states. So that was shown nicely in this paper here, published in Nature in 2022, where they represented the action of psychedelics as inducing a temporary state in which the brains can move between its different states more flexibly, or in other words, the networks are more interconnected and not constrained to certain states. So another way to look at that is, here's this landscape with these really deep wells, high peaks, really difficult to walk through this, if you can imagine. But under the influence of psilocybin, that kind of flattens out. This permits the ideas of new thoughts and perspectives, or in other words, new perception. So it's not necessarily thoughts. You have to expand this out to other things. It's new perceptions of your body, new perceptions of the environment, new perceptions in general. So new perceptual experiences. And the interesting thing is, once you kind of do that and you introduce the conscious and kind of subconscious and effect of these new perceptions, post-treatment, this landscape has flattened out a little bit. It's now a little bit easier to traverse. And this might explain the long-lasting impact, which we're seeing functional imaging as well, and also structurally. Some experiments have shown this in mice too. So there is this lasting impact of flattening out that space. So this is kind of a way to conceptualize this. So in summary, the general effects of psychedelics is that they increase global integration by desegregating these brain networks, and within that context induce this kind of metaplastic state, the ability for change. And that ability for change is perhaps what results in the long-term kind of static changes we see in these individuals who can be very depressed and under one dose of psilocybin have life-altering changes in their mental health status. So this is a real broad, very fast run through on the mechanism at the level of the brain networks. Okay, so now when we kind of dial that back and look at neurology, we have to ask, which of these conditions can we explore? Well, based on the framework I just presented, we just have to ask, again, what's that common mechanistic target of psychedelics? Well, I just showed you, it's the brain networks. So when we talked about this, if you then think about brain networks and you think about what might be disorders of brain networks, well, as I mentioned, what their initial function is, essentially disorders of brain networks are just the disorders of perception. This is what all of our mental health disorders are: depression, PTSD, eating disorders, OCD. These are disorders inherently of perception. In neurology, we have our set of disorders of perception. Here are three that I'm very selectively showing you. headache and migraine, post-concussion symptoms or persisting symptoms after concussion, and my area of specialization, which is FND and functional seizures. So these are just simply brain network disorders. I'm going to have to take a minute just to explain to everybody likely what FND is, because I'm sure many of you have not heard of this, as the name has changed through time, but this is one of the oldest disorders known to humans. We have reference of FND back in Greek mythology, actually, and all through history. So what exactly is FND? It is a DSM-5 diagnosis that refers to a disruption in the functioning of the nervous system. Okay, so this is you can imagine this is a disorder of the software in our system, not necessarily the hardware. So it's not a structural phenomenon, it's a functional phenomenon. And in the past, we would have known this as conversion disorder. This is what Freud coined this, thinking that internal kind of stress or strife through life or psychological distress converted into physical symptoms. So these are individuals that we see, for example, here, a whole host of functional disorders. These are things like chronic pain. In gynecology, we get this as chronic pelvic pain. Fibromyalgia is also a disorder of perception and perceiving the body. So there are a whole host of functional disorders all throughout different areas of medicine. Within neurology, we have FND. So these are patients that present with neurological phenomenon that don't have a structural basis, or our current conventional tests can't really find a reason for that. And that's because they're not conventionally structural in origin. They're more of a functional change. The most common condition is functional seizures. So these are different from epileptic seizures. First off, I'm going to just demonstrate to you how much of an issue this is. So in neurology, believe it or not, it's the second most common reason for me to see a patient. Again, we don't really talk about this because this is really a re-emerging field. And the prognosis is not good for these individuals because we really don't have good treatments, and it costs a lot of money per year, not only in the US, but throughout the world for FND. Functional seizures are very particular to females, about 80%, and a lot have a trauma history. So this is a video here where I'm going to show you two seizures. So here's an individual having a seizure. Now, differentiating between functional seizures and epileptic seizures can be a real challenge. And this is the challenge of a trained epileptologist, because epileptic seizures are due to abnormal electrical activity in the brain, whereas functional seizures are a disorder of perception and therefore are due to the abnormal functioning. Oh, sorry, the abnormal functioning of the brain. So the first seizure you saw is an epileptic seizure. Here we have a functional seizure. So this is not due to electrical phenomena in the brain. That is due to a dysfunction of the brain. And if I put an EEG on that person, it's going to be normal. So you can see that probably you wouldn't be able to tell the difference there. So it's a real challenge. When we look at the etiology or the context of functional seizures, it has to do with aberrations in these areas of the brain or these neuropsychological constructs, like how we process emotions, or the idea that we have a body that we have control over, interoceptive signals coming in. So there's these key hallmarks that become aberrant in the context of functional seizures, which map very nicely onto our brain networks. And so we know that functional seizures arise out of abnormal brain networks. This is shown in really kind of interesting studies. Here's one that tracked two different groups, people who had physical abuse in childhood and also had FND, and we saw, compared to others who did not have FND, that the experience of abuse actually resulted in more connections between areas that shouldn't be connected, like emotions and movement. So this is where...
Can you hear us? You got 3 minutes. You got 3 minutes.
Perfect. Thank you. That will be perfect. So we can see that this is an underlying fundamental issue. So people have thought about using psychedelics in the context of FND. This has been published before. And this is where the last thing I'm going to show you is utilizing ketamine as a clinical analog of psilocybin in order to treat a brain network condition like this. So we don't have access to psilocybin easily. My colleague, who you're going to hear from next, has been able to do this. In Canada, ketamine is what we can access, and we know ketamine has very similar effects to psilocybin and can be used as a clinical surrogate. it also causes this increased global integration. Given that that's accessible, we can apply this. And this is what my group has done in this very refractory type of neurological condition, functional seizures. We utilize this in a patient. Here's her story, a very brief timeline. She had really bad functional seizures, essentially seizures for 5 years, every single day, multiple seizures, 2 to 3 per day. Nobody could really help her. After undergoing ketamine-assisted therapy, she was seizure-free for 9 days and continues to improve and has about 1 seizure a week, going from 2 to 3 per day for 5 years, when no other treatments were utilized. And her scores also here, you can see here her seizures before and after, and her depression scores went down and her function went up. In the end, we have to look at these brain network disorders as a key target for the use of psychedelics. And psilocybin is one of those psychedelics that significantly modulates the appropriate brain networks in the context of a lot of these neurologic disorders. So our group also published a mechanism paper regarding this, looking at how a prototype disease like FND, which inherently has to do with abnormally connected brain networks, could be used as the neurologic disease to test the concept of this increased global integration in brain networks. So that's the key idea here, is that we really have to contextualize psilocybin within neurology and not the other way around. We can't just, paint broad strokes and presume some things about psychedelics. We have to know what we know in neurology and then insert psychedelics into that. So that's the major take-home point for today. Really here, that abnormal alteration of perceptions manifests as really complex neurologic conditions. Concussion, I mentioned, FND, et cetera. Disorders of perception correlate with brain network dysfunction, as I hope I've shown you. Psilocybin is essentially brain network medicine. This is what it does. It relaxes these networks and allows you to build them back up. So if we can use psilocybin to treat brain network disorders, then we can use that to treat disorders of perception. So the future direction is to really demonstrate the psilocybin effect, both from an imaging and clinical point of view, on a population with a representative brain network disorder. And I would argue that functional seizures is the place to go, and probably persisting symptoms after concussion as well. So thank you, everybody. It was a whirlwind. I tried to, introduce you to a concept here that would make sense. I hope it did, and very happy to answer any questions in the future.
So thank you, Dr. Lewis, for this wonderful talk. And just a few words relating to him. His mission is to utilize his expertise in the field of neurology. And he did a great job also with the cannabis treatment and also with psilocybin, as you saw. So our last talk, Professor Farzin is a physician focusing on applied science of psychedelic-assisted therapies, nutrition, and lifestyle modification for trauma, existential distress, and overall well-being. He is an attending physician in the Division of Palliative Care at the Jewish General Hospital in Montreal. Okay. Can we make the connection with him? He's not with us. We have.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sure. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I'm trying to share my screen here.
Time. Give him time.
Okay, 15 minutes.
15 minutes.
20. Please, you have 20 minutes.
Okay, great. Not sure why the screen is not sharing.
Okay, there is a final talk. So this is not the last one. It's not on the program, but there is a last talk. So please remain in the room after this talk.
Can everyone see the slide or no?
Yes, we can see them. No. Okay, now yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure. I'm actually in Los Angeles, so it's very early morning here. And I wish I was with you in Italy. I'll start by some disclosures. I've worked closely with very two well-known organizations. One is MAPS. So I was part of the research team for MDMA-assisted therapy for PTSD. That is work that I continue to do. And I've worked very closely with TheraSil, and that is a Canadian nonprofit responsible for bringing legal access to psilocybin in Canada, and we'll talk more about that. I do have an investment in Beckley SciTech, and I'm currently starting my own company, private practice focused on mystical experiences. And I teach at McGill University. I'm here to talk today more about psilocybin and the use in palliative care. So as we probably know, palliative care is an approach to care. It's multidisciplinary, and it focuses on quality of life of patients and families dealing with a life-threatening illness. And in our quest to provide palliative care, we try to address pain, but also other problems that are more psychosocial and spiritual. And we have come a really long way in being able to address things like pain and other symptoms. But when it comes to more psychospiritual matters, we still need better tools in conventional practice. So palliative care was actually coined at McGill University, and the idea was to apply the concepts of hospice care, really taking the end-of-life approach, but applying it earlier in the course of the disease. And what research exists until today shows that by applying palliative care early in the course of, let's say, cancer treatments, we actually improve outcomes. So despite the fact that the goal of palliative care isn't to extend life, it may end up doing so because of the necessary care that is lacking in the way things are conducted normally. I will put in a plug for the McGill International Palliative Care Congress, which is the oldest palliative care conference in the world, and that's taking place in a few weeks in Montreal. So in case anyone feels like coming to Montreal, it's there. The reality is, end of life really is a transition similar to the beginning of life. And this transition is hard for many, especially when dealing with a life-threatening illness. And so there are many efforts to try to better understand the sort of suffering that goes with end-of-life distress. And so demoralization syndrome is one of the ways in which we try to look at it. And some believe that this demoralization is different than depression, and it has to do with feelings of incompetence and dependency on others, and really this sort of notion of being more like a newborn at the end. And the common treatments that are used aren't very effective. We know this is true for depression and other major mental health disorders. It's similar for this form of suffering. And many of our needs are unmet, including our spiritual needs. And I see this as a physician. It's very hard to address existential suffering within the context of medical care, Western medical care particularly. We try to incorporate spiritual care into our work, but it's not always there. And we lack resources in palliative care in general, hence the need for better tools. And what we're seeing now is the concept of medical aid in dying taking off. We have people that are depressed, that are suffering, and they want to end their life sooner. And in Canada, we have a federal mandate for medical assistance in dying. And so more and more we see people choose this route. This is a patient's rights sort of path. And I've seen a lot of beautiful endings with medical aid in dying. I'm not against it. I don't personally perform it, but I do support my patients who are interested in it. And, part of it is that there is an empowerment. And the empowerment is, a disease has taken control of your life. and now you can take control of your death and choose the setting in which you die. And so it's not inherently a bad thing, but it's definitely, it sort of has been used as an argument to say that if you have the right to die, and the medical system pays for it, then you should have the right to try. And that's been one of the ways in which we got access to psilocybin. And the idea with using psilocybin and psychedelics is this aid in living and trying to increase the quality of life, give meaning. And yeah, what we see right now in Quebec is that some of the highest rates of medical aid and dying in the world are taking place. And most of it is not due to pain, but it's more a different kind of suffering that I alluded to earlier. So looking at the historical timeline, the Spring Grove Hospital in the United States, where a lot of the early psychedelics experiments began, they had a psychedelic research team, and one of their team members was diagnosed with advanced cancer. And from what I know, she's the first individual who received, in that case, LSD, and in the psychotherapeutic model had this profound experience with that existential distress. And after that, there were a lot of papers that came out were looking at using psychedelics. And as you probably know, psilocybin and LSD are very similar. And nowadays, most of the studies are done with psilocybin, whereas the original ones were on LSD. I do want to mention the history of sort of Canada with psychedelics. A lot of the early work with psychedelics took place in Canada, and Dr. Humphrey Osmond, who coined the word, actually did live in Canada. And so there is that link with Canada and psychedelics. So just to broadly look at the reemergence of psilocybin, which was banned in 1974, basically around 4 years ago, in August of 2020, the nonprofit Therasil started this campaign trying to get access for 4 patients that had a terminal illness to psilocybin. And so what happened at the time is the Minister of Health granted these 4 patients exemptions to be able to obtain actual mushrooms from the black market and use it. And the first patient treated is seen in the image on the bottom left. And he actually recently passed away. He was a real pioneer. And we see him next to his therapist, Dr. Bruce Tobin, who founded Therasil. And he ended up having at least 7 or 8 legal psilocybin experiences, both individual and group. And he used the mindfulness approach, and he was very, very interesting in his description of his experiences and how it made him ready to face death. I'll mention that it's not always as easy. And so the patient we see in the middle was the first patient who got access in Quebec, but her oncology team was not on board with the psilocybin treatment. And so she ended up passing away before she was able to get treated. In our current model, we don't treat patients that are at the end of life. And so she wasn't able to benefit from psilocybin. But we have treated a number of patients, and the majority of them have had a very positive response. So what's happened more recently is that Health Canada added psilocybin to this program that already existed. This program is called the Special Access Program, and it was used, for example, during the HIV epidemic to get access to medicines that weren't approved in Canada. It's still used to get access to chemotherapy agents that aren't approved. And so psilocybin and MDMA have been added to that program. It's good that it's been added because this is a paper we published showing that close to 80% of Canadians approve of using psilocybin for existential distress. And just to sort of look at the 2 programs that existed, the one on the left is the first one where the patient makes a request and the patient has to go to the black market to get a substance, whereas the current program, the physician applies and the physician sort of gets a manufacturer to give them the psilocybin once Health Canada approves, and that physician is given an exemption from the criminal code to possess, and they're responsible for the outcome. So this is very much experimental treatment in sort of the responsibility of the physician. And so when we make the argument to get access from Health Canada, we have to show all the research evidence that exists, and it's only patients with really severe and refractory conditions that get access unless they're very much terminal. And so this is an active issue back and forth. Actually, my colleague, Pam Kriskow, who I think is in the audience and who you should speak to, she's a mentor to me. We've been having more issues getting access recently, especially after a recent court case victory where a patient with cluster headaches was granted access to psilocybin for the first time. We've had some issues since then getting access for some of our other patients. And so this just gives you an idea of what Health Canada looks at. They have their own criteria, and it's like a bureaucratic process. And sometimes patients don't fit the mold, and so they end up suffering and suffering even more when they get denied access. So it's an ongoing battle, and hopefully with the Charter of Rights allowing the patients to choose what they want as treatment, we'll be able to get more access. Just to see the first patient treated in Quebec in her home. The first few were all done in patients' homes in a home care setting. I love talking about this painting. This patient drew this painting after her first experience. This is a cancer patient. And if we look at the image, we see that she has this dark cloud surrounding her daily existence. And if we look at her heart is tapping into this world of color that the psilocybin experience opened her eyes to, or opened her heart to. And since then, we've done a number of treatments with remarkable results. And she opened up. We made a documentary and even showed parts of her experience. So that's something that you could look up. It's in French, but YouTube provides subtitles. And it's about the psychedelic renaissance and using psilocybin in this patient population. Another success we've had is that we did a survey that showed the majority of Canadians are in favor of the public system paying for psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy. And in Quebec, we were the first province in Canada, probably one of the first places in the world, where we were able to successfully bill for our work doing psilocybin therapy. And so we've managed to reduce costs significantly because of that. This is another example of a patient that decided to spend the end of his life in his cottage, and we were able to provide home care palliative care and home care psychedelic palliative care. And it was a very interesting case. He ended up choosing medical aid in dying, despite having a highly spiritual experience, and that was because of the pain and advanced head and neck cancer that really made his life miserable. What's beautiful about what we can do right now is that it's not in a clinical trial, so we can be very patient-centered. And this was definitely one of those cases of patient-centered care that wouldn't have been possible in your standard clinical trial setting. This was the first patient we treated with the special access, and you can see the vial of psilocybin. The more recent treatments come in capsules, which are easier to administer. And this is an article on that patient's mystical experience that is available for free online. Another way to expand access is group therapy. And so that is definitely one of the ways in which we can provide this sort of care to a larger group of people. And again, Pam Kriskow is in the audience. They have a group called Roots to Thrive, and they've done a lot of amazing work with much bigger groups. This is us doing therapy in our cancer wellness center at the hospital. and again, covered by the public system, which was a really nice breakthrough. So this is a patient of mine who got access through that Section 56 exemption. We treated him early on. He responded really well, and he's doing worse now, and his application just got denied. The reason it got denied is because he's not dying from his cancer. And so, he's someone who falls in the gray area where he's not your typical major depressive disorder person, but is more of like a cancer patient still suffering because of his cancer, but because he's not dying from his cancer, he won't get access. And so right now we're trying to figure out how we can convince Health Canada to grant him access. So what we've learned is the importance of whole person care, that mystical experiences don't eliminate the suffering, but they can still facilitate healing, and that this persistence of suffering doesn't reduce the significance of these experiences. The decision for medical aid in dying may not be altered despite a highly spiritual journey, and that patients with a significant history of trauma require a lot of support. In general, it's very complex and multifactorial, the response to these treatments. And, setting realistic expectations is a very important lesson. People come in with the notion that they're going to get cured instantly. And it's more about learning what work needs to be done and then doing that work, emphasizing the integration, which is where the work takes place, establishing community support systems, creating more options for group therapy, enhancing public and professional education, and moving with humility, gratitude, curiosity, and reverence. And in terms of the future directions, I'm personally really interested in music, technology, and nature, and how we could incorporate that into our treatments, and focusing on ketamine, as Dr. Lewis mentioned. Ketamine is a wonderful tool that is accessible on a global scale, and so we're using that more and more. I didn't mention much about the Indigenous people, but promoting Indigenous inclusion, reciprocity, and equity is important. The framework we use is an Indigenous wisdom-based framework. And again, the group in Vancouver with Dr. Kriskow, they do amazing work with the Indigenous in their ceremonies. It is important to keep the underground in mind and find fair ways to integrate them back in, and being mindful of the diagnostically excluded. A lot of research studies exclude people with certain conditions. And lastly, to be inclusive of caregivers and loved ones. Thank you very much. I don't know if we have time for questions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Farzin. Thank you. And now, last but not least, Theo Jubilei, who is the founder and the project coordinator of a Psychedelic Care Initiative, that is a European citizen initiative for the therapeutic use of psychedelics. Theo?
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect, thank you. I don't have slides, so no worries. All right, can I go?
Yes.
Great, thank you. So
No
thank you
slide.
for, yep. Okay, so thank you for having me, and I would like to start with a question is about how can we make Europe integrate and implement all the knowledge that is being gathered and shared by experts here, like this conference and all the conferences that are taking place. So how can we create the bridge between scientists, experts, and policymakers? Because we know that 1 in 6 people in the EU today suffer from mental health disorder, and it is a cross-border issue. It does not only concern one member state or two, only Italy, France, or Germany. It concerns all member states across the EU. On the other side, and I won't get into details there, but we know psychedelic-assisted therapies, they can help people who are suffering and who don't have access to treatments that work for them. At the EU level, there has been an increase of the interest surrounding those kind of treatments, whether it is the European Parliament with a specific action group dedicated to this issue, to psychedelic-assisted therapies, or the European Medicine Agency that has organized a workshop, a 2-day workshop on psychedelic-assisted therapies earlier this year. We have also seen the creation of the first fully funded project by the European Union on psilocybin-assisted therapies in palliative care, called PSIPAN, through the research program of the European Union, called Horizon Europe. So based on that, we can say definitely there is an interest that exists on psychedelic-assisted therapies at the European Union level, even if it's still early stage. But it demonstrates basically that the EU can develop frameworks, common standards, and can fund research on psychedelic-assisted therapies. And that's basically the core idea behind the Psychedelic Care Initiative, because we believe that the European Union can and should develop a framework for psychedelic-assisted therapies. And we, as European citizens behind this initiative, well, we basically want to push a bit the European Commission to propose some legal acts to take action. So we got a great tool for that, which has been presented, which is the European Citizen Initiative. Basically, in a few words, as citizens, you got 1 year to collect 1 million signatures across all the EU. And if you get those signatures, then the European Commission is legally obliged to answer the initiative and state what actions it might take. So our European Citizen Initiative, so Psychedelic Care, that will be launched in January 2025, serves basically two main purposes. One, as I said, is to address the lack of regulatory framework and incentives in the EU for member states to collaborate specifically on psychedelic-assisted therapies. The second issue, well, I mean, it's a big one. It's very much the stigma surrounding psychedelic compounds, whether it's psilocybin, MDMA, or LSD, generally psychedelics. Because the stigma surrounding psychedelic compounds slows down research, slows down implementation, because policymakers, and we see that at the EU level, policymakers are less inclined to make a move forward if the topic is too controversial. And if, in many member states, it is still controversial, like my country, France. And that's something we can try to address through the campaign that we are preparing with the European Citizen Initiative, basically by federating organizations, citizens, experts, psychiatrists, researchers, and the public service, the general public also, with artists, comedians, influencers that share the same objectives. When you campaign in the media, in the street, at festivals, well, then you can maximize the reach of your message, sharing information and raising awareness among the public that doesn't really know about psychedelic-assisted therapies yet. And that makes that, as I said, that which slows down the process of implementation of new policies. So that's the aim, the two objectives. One, regulatory framework in the EU to boost EU-funded research, to have common standards, and on the other side, to reduce stigma within the general public. So we have developed partnerships throughout all the European Union. We have citizens across 17 EU member states at this day preparing the campaign in their country, and we are continuously growing since 2 years. So together, I mean, all the psychiatrists, mental health organization, European democracy, on the right to science, to enjoy the benefits of science, coming all together to use the tool that the EU gives us as citizens to help the people that need it now, that need new treatments. And that's what we're trying to do with the Psychedelic Care Initiative. And everybody can get involved, basically. It's very democratic, and it's quite a great experience with great people. So thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Theo, for what you are doing. And so I know we are a little bit late, and we have no time for question, but all of our speakers are available for any question that you have for them. So we can conclude the session, and we consider that psilocybin mushroom are a real medicine and a very good medicine for the future. Let me thank Paul Stammet and all the speakers. Lunch is ready, and we will meet again at 3 p.m. Please remember your headphones, because we will have a round table organized with the Associazione Luca, Coscioni. And the title is Psychedelics Between the Right to Science and National Laws. So have a good lunch. Thank you for remaining here. speakers for work and video.